Welcome everyone. And evening's setting in. Last time, after some time apart to consider your own actions and follow up on your character's past deeds, you reunited and took some time trying to come up with a plan of action for the upcoming tribunal. And you've got less than a day left now, pretty much just an evening to work with. But one new prospect on the horizon, a summit that's apparently been set up between the heads of the Runic Colleges as they try and decide what action, if any, they're going to take in regards to the summit. And you know at least one of the attendees for sure will be Creotar of House Palaiokaios. And you also... you debated the merits of maybe it's time for Thessia's grandfather to die, and that would improve people's fortunes. And while it hasn't been 100% ironed out, you kind of landed on, yeah, maybe that would be a good idea. So you've got some schemes in the works, and we're going to pick up following your meeting at Orcris's home, where one of your number, upon departing, has set about their task in a typical, very direct-minded fashion. Whither you have taken up station at one of the upper reaches of the Lyceum, where you can see the comings and goings of scholars and servants, and your mission: find this Creotar of House Palaiokaios, whoever that is.
They prostrate themselves, standing atop this bench and looking again. Throwing a lofty gaze across the courtyard, looking around at people. To them, this person could be anybody at all. They don't know who this person is, what they look like. All they know is the name seemed to be important enough for Etria to mention it. So that's why they mentioned it to Thessia, because they knew there must be some connection there. But in terms of who this person is, they have no idea, and so they must search. So they stand up here, they scan around and look. They see this group of people here.
Game is paused.
And... the game is paused.
My old arch enemy game paused wheel.
They take 2 steps forward on this bench and observe these people. Are they in conversation?
Yes. These two on the bench appear to be engaged in some sort of rhetorical sounding back and forth, while this third individual, Silver of body, is nodding with a hand on their chin and sort of taking stock of the flow of their conversation.
Wither doesn't immediately step down from the bench. They kind of do that weird thing where you like hang 10 on your surfboard and like lean over the edge, and just to feel the weight of the immense weight of their body. And they let it drop and walk over quietly, listening to what they're saying. Not really understanding it, whatever it is. They wait for a pause in the conversation, as they've been told that is the polite thing to do.
I love how if you move Wither ever so slightly north, you'd have like the soon.
You're right. So yes, they will sit here and bide their time waiting, politely.
Yes, indeed. I think you'll find that there's a great deal of merit in the idea that that perhaps even the common citizenry should be more exposed to writing from an earlier age. Perhaps it should be more accessible than it currently is. But do the common folk really have anything of use to impart to others? Making sure they all learn to read, certainly most important for seeing that information is disseminated and laws are respected and so forth, but the notion that anyone could author a tablet, circulate information in that form, it seems Well, it seems to degrade the work that a great deal of people here put into this, into the dissemination of knowledge. Don't you agree? You might perhaps be right. Oh, this amethyst-bodied man kind of pivots on the bench and turns to you. May we be of service?
We do not know. We have questions.
Well then you're in the right part of Skan. He flips his body around and now sits on the bench facing toward you, and the others kind of pivot to look at you curiously as well. Tell me, what sort of information do you seek in this place?
All.
That's a tall order. I think even the most dedicated scholars would need more than a lifetime to find all the information that we've accumulated here. But if we can start somewhere in particular.
You spoke of writing, of
Indeed.
scrivening. Could you
Yes.
inform us how one would write or read a name?
Well, yes, I am a scrivener myself, actually. I have worked on a number of historical records, and so, of course, it's common for names to be formalized into a set of characters, a standard writing that corresponds to, well, the sounds that we speak. It sounds very elementary when I say it out loud, but though that is the essence of it. Is that getting towards the heart of your query?
Yes. We have a name we are looking for.
What would that be?
How would one write or read Palaiokaios?
Oh, Palaiokaios. Well, I'm certain many here would recognize it on sight. They're
Are you Creator of House Palaiokaios?
No. I haven't met the man myself, but it is said that he is the eldest and most prominent son of their house, and a very prominent member of the College of Igniters, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I believe I must have seen his name on their registry once or twice. Let me see. Do you happen to have... He leans over to the person on the bench. They produce a small piece of chalk. He takes it from them and looks at it with a slightly ambivalent look, like just a little bit of distaste, and then turns back to you with her. Now, I should also state, while we're on the subject of writing, it is proper and fitting that the knowledge and wisdom that are accrued by scholars, explorers, learned men be committed to tablets that are to be fired into permanent shape and then stored somewhere in this district, typically. And so it is usual that writing be done with a rather more formal set of tools than this. However, in the circumstances, this will perhaps be a bit more convenient. He slips off the bench and kneels down on the marble beneath it and takes the small piece of chalk. So I suppose what I'm saying is, don't repeat to anyone that I did this, if you could. He then he scrawls a series of symbols on the ground, most of which you individually recognize. You've seen glyphs like this written in stone on clay tablets, and once or twice in this vulgar manner with mere chalk. Actually, I don't remember if we've established, does Wither know how to read in the general sense? I think we said that in a previous scene that you do a bit, but not fully.
Yeah, I think they're at the point now where they're just starting to recognize certain common characters, but they're to the point where they're using them more as ideograms and pictures rather than understanding what they are in connection to each other. It's basically they're at the point where they look at A and go, "Oh, it's the one that looks like an arrow." That kind of idea, but not obviously for the letters we have. So they can recognize, like, the exit sign or something like that, but not because they know it says exit. It's just got the funny
just
letter
pattern
at the
recognition.
end.
Yeah. So, I'll follow along here. P-L-I-O-K-O-S. Underlines it once. So that's the family name. I'm quite confident that is the appropriate rendering. Crayotar. It's possible I'm very slightly misspelling this, but most likely... This is how I would write his given name. So if you recognize either of these, then you've got to start. As I said, I've not met him. I'm told that he typically wears his family's traditional colors, a lot of... reds and oranges with a bit of teal and gold thrown in, and also that he's a very physically imposing specimen. They say that, that his family eats a great deal of ruby and garnet, and that it often warps their features in avian and reptilian ways. Not unlike my friend's wings there. Thank you.
They do something which is probably not great, but they don't know it's not great. They will take, it would be easier if... No, they could do it with this here. They will take the veil off of their head and press it on the ground over the chalk mark this guy has made, and then rub their arm over it to copy it. But it's backwards, probably.
Oh. Yeah, he watches you with a little bit of amusement as you attempt this. Well, I suppose that's better than nothing. If I had a tablet at the ready, I could make one for you, but I'm afraid this is the best I can do on the spot. That being said, you'll find the College of Igniters over to the east, and you may be able to find him there. It's still... It perhaps is early enough in the day. I've heard that he tends to work late.
Walks away. They stop and then turn back.
Good day. Curious individual.
They hold the veil up, looking around at everything, seeing it contrasting against the sky, and seeing the little wispy runes popping out. They are humming. Holds the veil up to them.
These two guards outfitted in ruby red armor stop before you. Looked like they were intending to continue this way, but then you stand before them, and you hold out the veil that I guess has vaguely and backwards in chalk Crayotar Palaio on
it would be written backwards for them, but frontways for Wither.
Hang on, Palaio. Who is Ratoirk Soyako Iolap?
Cool spell.
Indeed.
Turns into a frog. Yeah, they stop and they peer at it, and you just sort of stand there impassively holding it out.
Does this speak to either of you?
They exchange a quick glance and look at this, and One of them begins to simply walk away without saying anything. The other puts a hand on their shoulder. I think this is a twice-born. He steps back into line, looks. What? That perhaps could be construed as Creotar Pleiokaios?
Perhaps. Perhaps indeed.
Why'd you say it like that? Do you have some business with our lord?
Yes, we seek him.
I see. We were on our way to escort him from the college. You may accompany us if you wish.
Does this man get lost as we do?
No. Well, I can't speak for what you do, but no. We are not there to guide Master Pleiokaios. We are there to guard him.
Ah. We understand. Very well.
If you have business with him, then I suggest you follow us. Oh, whoop, I accidentally grabbed you. Huh.
Ah!
It's a twice-born you threw into the sun. And they lead on a short ways. And you can take this all as approximate. I'm not committing to the fact that this specific building here is exactly this, but yes, before long, they lead you a slightly different route than you would take to get to where you now know the colleges of Alteration and Innocence are. But to a very similarly modeled and sized building. And as you approach, at the top of the steps, you do indeed see a very large figure with a hooked, sloping jaw that's sort of half bird, half alligator, and two enormous chitinous horns. You know what? It's been a hot second since he was on screen, so I'm gonna show his thing again.
And he
it
looks
cool.
good.
What a cool dude!
His glinting ruby eye with its glowing serpentine pupil scanning the plaza before you. And you know what? Let's give him an appropriate how about he begins to he emerges from the sort of the covering just outside the door of this building and begins to swiftly but carefully make his way down the steps with a loud thump, thump, thump as his enormous wooden cane strikes each alternate step. His build is massive, almost hulking, and yet he does walk with a pronounced limp. And he makes his way down the stairs, and these two guards silently... General Grievous. I wish I didn't do that!
Oh, that's right.
General Grievous.
We had to change our settings. Hang on. I need to...
Creotar Pleiokaios, you're shorter than I expected. Smelly boy.
I wish I had known that before we started.
No, yeah, actually, I mean, in terms of, like... honestly, General Grievous, reasonably apt visual metaphor, and I'm like kind of mad, but I can't be really mad. He makes his way down the steps, and as he reaches the base, his eyes alight on you, and one of the guards whispers something to him. He steps off the bottom step, thwacks the cane into the marble here, and looks you over. Well, you've come seeking me, and now you've found me. What business have you with Creotar of Palaiokaios?
Fight.
Die.
Finger blast. Just the fucking the Frieza finger beam. Just
When your
God,
eyes
this music is fucking loud. Hang on.
when your eyes meet another trainer, it just makes you want to battle.
We have been guided to you to act as your shadow.
Oh, a very bold imposition. And who, may I ask, has guided you thus?
What is the word? An emissary of Gaia has whispered thus into our ear.
I see. Well, far be it from me to deny Gaia's will, but I must let you know that I have intensely personal business to complete tonight, so I guarantee nothing. You may follow if you wish, but I cannot take you into my confidence, not without knowing the first thing about you, O Twiceborn. And?
What would you know?
A very broad query, I must say. Here. Begin to walk with me. I cannot afford to lose time.
Very well.
You wish to know what I know? That will take some time in the telling.
We have time.
We have some, I'll give you that. I do enjoy a good stroll around this time of day. You're crowding me. Get out in front. What may I call you?
We have been called Wither.
Wither, I see. Very well. What would you have me tell you?
Is this correct?
They hold up the veil.
He squints. Twin blazes is Ratiork Soyako Iolap.
One of the guards.
The
Oh, my
other.
lord.
My lord, please. They tilt their head at it like a bird, like sideways looking at it.
The
I jest. You've got my name backwards there. But you found your prey.
Very well.
Sorry, Owl was getting in my garbage can.
There was worry that this did not spell true. But now we know.
Yes, indeed, my family's heritage is from several sources, and so it is an easy thing to mistake. Not that I take it personally. But I can't imagine you sought me out in person simply to confirm the spelling of my moniker.
No.
You want something.
Yes.
You wish to follow me, but to what end? What do you wish to learn? What do you wish to achieve?
We
In
live.
Gaia's name.
They tilt their head slightly to the side, looking at the veil. They're holding up the veil to the sky and turning it in multiple directions, trying to see all the different ways that you could understand this name.
We are not quite sure why we wish to know, or what answers we are seeking. But, in short, it seems we wish to know how deep your connection to this matter goes. How far down do the roots grow? And do your roots entangle and ensnare the seeds of others?
A weighty matter our shrewd Mother Gaia has put you to. This matter, you say. I take it you have some notion of my destination.
Indeed.
Well, I go to that place to say only what I have been instructed to say. Instructed by my superior at the college and instructed by family obligation.
But not your own self.
I have no shortage of opinions, believe you me. But alas, my position does not always afford me the opportunity to emphasize them.
We understand.
I imagine you would. You who rest in Mother Gaia's palm, yanked this way and that. I had a twice-born acquaintance many years past.
And
now I don't. He finished whatever esoteric task he believed his existence had been bent to, and he happily returned to his rest on a pyre. It seemed to me an awful waste of eternal life. I have been befuddled by your kind, before and since.
Perhaps your befuddlement will continue. Or maybe you will gain some insight.
Looks at the guards, looks back.
I like that freaky little thing you can do with your eyes. If it's not blasphemous to say so.
No, we had thought this was. Has Peregrine lied to us? Is this not normal?
Depends on the physiology of the specimen. In my case, he looks at you and his glowing serpentine pupils seem to, they can't really dilate, but they intensify. The light gets more piercing, as if you can almost feel his eye gems getting hotter. And then he blinks. That's the best I can manage.
Well, where is this meeting place?
We've got a ways to walk yet, I'm afraid. So if you want me to continue revealing the breadth of mortal knowledge to you, then I suggest you keep asking questions and you do it quickly. That seems like an okay point to cut away unless you have another.
No. They consider that Wither basically just rambles off basic questions of life at him for some time.
Well, aren't we an odd couple?
Creotar, what happens when we die for real, for real? Creotar, where do babies come from? Creotar, what makes the wind? Creotar?
Is that all
Creotar?
one? Is that all one question? Or?
Not two characters I expected to be on screen with each other. That's fun. That's a fun combo. And across the city, as you two set out.
The forest is whispering!
The forest is whispering! Across the city, in the time that Wither is heading up to the Lyceum, Thessia, you have a stroll home. That's man, it's been a while since you've gotten to go home feeling carefree, and yet this is knowing what tentative plans you've set in motion with your nascent little conspirators here. It's a bit of a heavier walk even than usual, your way back home. Let's see. We're gonna go with you make your way back to the estate as evening sets in, and guard gives you a little nod as you walk past.
Gives a polite bow and continues on. Kind of poke my head in to see if I can... Ah, she is here. Okay.
Yeah, you can spot your mother sitting on a cushion at the opposite end of the table, staring pensively at this banner here.
Thessia just kind of casually walks up and puts her arms behind her back. So,
Oh,
what do you consider?
you're home.
Yes, hi.
Oh, this may be one of the last times that we have all of these in here, so I wanted to make sure that gotten my money's worth.
It's kind of strange. I never truly looked at this very much. I don't know. I think strictly because it was just here. It always looked nice, but knowing that it might be gone, I kind of appreciate some of the finer details.
Your father always had a bit more of an eye for the artistic than I did, to be honest. This was his favorite of the three, and he chose them.
Thessia kind of like looks around the room. Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe some good fortune will come our way. I mean, at this point, we're overdue, quite frankly.
She says nothing for a few moments, and slowly her gaze kind of drifts downward. Thessia, you are going to be all right tomorrow, aren't you?
Thessia doesn't look at her. She's just staring at the painting still. I have some things in motion. I have some ideas of how to make it more favorable for me. But I'm not going to tell you yes for certain, because I don't really know yet.
You do know that they won't be able to take you without taking me first.
Thessia kind of smiles and looks over. I'm well aware of that.
Not that I wish to prevail upon my daughter to save my life for the second time in scarcely a week, but I still have a good few years left in me, and I would love to see them through. So, do it for me as well, yes?
Of course. And for everyone in House Betalus. I won't lie, also for me. Like, for obvious reasons. But
You're too young to go. You've got too much still to do. You're going to be... You already are a great shaper. You're going to be a revolutionary one. Your father knew it. I know it. Your grandfather knows it.
Yeah. Yes. They are correct. Thessia's, like, very hesitant because she's like, very technically, I am already, but feels like that would be in poor taste.
I thought I sucked!
I mean, her brain space is like, I made super big hole. Nobody else did that. She kind of, like, wraps her fingers on the table. Just know that I'm not going down without a fight. It's the reason I've been out of the house so much. I'm trying to get things squared away. Really solidify my position with as much information as possible and present my case in the best possible way, while still, to the best of my ability, maintaining my own beliefs.
Good. Good then. I'm going to begin getting dinner ready.
Do you need help with that at all, or?
I think you can put your time to better use at this moment.
Very well. I will need to head out soon. There's something I need to double check on. Possible allies.
Ah, I'm glad. No one should have to stand alone at a time like this.
Thessia looks back at the painting. It's just like, well, sorry, Dad, but apparently we need the money that bad too. Let's see here. How long before that meeting is more or less set to kick off?
I don't think you know for sure, but it sounded like it was set for evening time, and it's not quite there yet. So you probably don't need to rush straight out, but you can't afford to dawdle either. Certainly not. If you just had to get there by the time the meeting was starting, maybe. But if your plan is to follow Kreatar there, then you'll need to pick up his trail, and so you'll need to be there in advance.
Okay. If that is the case, I need to make tea for Grandpa, but I would prefer not to have too many people know that I'm brewing something up for him specifically. Is it feasible that my room might have the necessary components to get that brew rolling?
Let me consult your room map real quick.
If not, that's totally fine.
For heating, probably not. Your choices would be the kitchen, or you could just use the heater in the corner here, the Runic one.
Well, it looks a little suspicious fishy, so
it would look weird.
So I think Thessia will kind of pop in and just be like, I was thinking, while you're preparing dinner, perhaps Grandfather would appreciate a little bit of company, perhaps a little snack before dinner?
Oh, He might. It's been some hours since I brought him his latest meal. I know your siblings up there right now.
Are they?
But yes, they're speaking about something or other. Your grandfather's not forthcoming with his thoughts at the best of times.
No.
But yes, I think if you were to surprise him with something like that.
Well, a surprise as much as he would tolerate. But yeah. I think I'll do that then. Thessia will... I think what Thessia will do is instead she will, like, get the water boiling, have that ready, and then take that out, and then have the tea fully prepared, like, elsewhere to then take to the room.
Okay.
And she will make herself... no, I'll stick with just the one cup.
Okay, so you're making yourself a cup of regular tea.
I think what I'm probably
Or-
going to do is just, like, have mine just essentially just be water. I'll just have hot water or something like that. And then I will prepare his, and then, yeah, we'll go from there.
Okay. Yeah, you discreetly prepare the tea after you've gotten the hot water from the kitchen here. And as you start heading upstairs, oops, well, that's not what I meant to do. I just went to like a random map. Okay, here we go. No. I'm just gonna move you in this general direction. As you're bringing it up. You do pass Xenion on the way down.
Good evening, sibling.
Oh, good evening, sister. How are you holding up?
I am doing as well as I can. I actually have another lead this evening.
Oh?
Yeah, possibly. We'll see how it all shakes out. But I'm feeling optimistic. It's important to do so. You were with grandfather. Are they still in good spirits for more company?
They cross their arms and look down for a moment. Well, it's hard to say with him, as usual.
Right.
But he's awake at the very least.
Okay. Well, I thought he...
I wish I could give you a better guarantee than that, but you know
honestly,
how he is.
that's a lot. That's a lot to go on, quite frankly. So no, it's deeply appreciated. Did he summon you?
Summon is a strong word. He just... They stop, wave a hand. It doesn't really matter. He just asked me to look into a few things, but it's... I think you should keep focused on your own problems right now, just through tomorrow.
Certainly. If you don't mind me asking, is it to push forward your Scrivener tasks, or something more personal? If so, I don't want to pry. I don't want to be rude.
It's not unrelated. It's... They rub their eyes for a moment. It's a curious and slightly complicated thing. But, as I said, it's nothing you need to worry about.
Well, I won't press any further, because you're my sibling and I don't want to be a bother. But, if you need anything, you let me know tomorrow, yeah?
Of course. But not until then.
Not until then. While she's holding the tray, she uses one of her other hands to, like, pat them on the shoulder a couple of times and smile. And makes her way up the stairs.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sort of slightly lost in their own head, kind of wander off as you head up the stairs. And we'll pop you up to the best, happiest, most fun room in the house.
Some super awesome grandpa time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My super awesome grandpa time. My favorite children's cartoon.
I love super awesome grandpa time.
Thessia gets to the curtain, takes a very deep breath, and then, I guess, to the best of her ability, like, gently knocks on one of the walls to, like, just get his attention first, because she knows that, like, just walking in is not acceptable.
Yeah. You thump the wall a little, just loud enough for even him to hear it from inside his pillow fort.
Yeah.
And you wait the customary few seconds. This time, no voice responds to you.
Is that normal for me to accept of, like, it is all right to enter?
Well, usually that means he's asleep. Unless he just fell asleep, like, immediately, you have to presume that's not the case from what Xenion told you. So this is actually a slightly unprecedented scenario.
I think Thessia kind of clears her throat. Grandfather, dinner will be ready soon, but I was wondering if you would like some tea, and I was hoping to provide you with a more solid answer for my plans for tomorrow with the trial.
2 seconds pass. No response.
Narrows her eyes. I know it's, like, not feasible, but, like, am I able to listen real close to see if I can hear any, like, shuffling or anything out of the ordinary?
Yeah, you can go ahead and make a roll to do.
Yeah, roll to do. I'll just do wild, because there's really no color to work off of here.
Yep. You hear the usual for this room, which is a dead and bleak silence.
Grandfather, I'm coming in. I'm concerned by the silence. Thessia will poke her head in.
You sweep the curtain aside a little, look in. There's a very thin ray of light that's peeking in from the seam of the curtains at the covered up window here. Otherwise, nothing looks amiss.
Those curtains are usually, like, fully closed, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
She's going to set down
He
the...
escaped.
She's going to set down the tea, and walk over, and she's going to make it very clear that she's, like, going to close it. But while she's over there, she's trying to investigate, has a window been opened? Has any of the plants outside been disturbed? Anything like that.
So you're going to, you're walking to the curtains and you're going to...
As I, like, close them shut, do, like, a very quick cursory look of, like, has anything been, like...
Just look out onto the balcony real quick.
Anything been altered?
Yeah, you step up there and grip the curtains and get in position to draw them shut, but first you very so slightly crack them further open and just sneak a peek out onto the balcony. The window, of course, the sort of French door style opening window is shut on the other side of the curtains, but you can see through. And you see something that you may never have seen before, actually. Real quick. Let's go with music. I guess let's try yeah, let's go with this again. I don't know. No, that's the wrong. I'm sorry. I'm holding up the game.
The sun's in my eyes. I can't. Oh, what
Sorry.
is that?
Yeah. You sneak a glance outside, and you see nothing looks disturbed per se on the balcony. The plants are still in place, but through the slightly dingy windows, your grandfather doesn't want people up here disturbing him cleaning all the time, and so these have slowly gotten a bit worse for wear since he moved in here. You see, with a dark gray patterned robe piled heavily around him, you see your grandfather.
Oh shit.
Sitting on the edge of the balcony, which has been distended outward. He's created an additional ledge that he can sit upon to look out over the courtyard and look out over the estate and beyond it, the city. And I won't say it's never happened, but it's been a long, long time since you've seen him out of bed. It's been a long time since you've even seen more of him than his hand reaching in to grab food or drink off the tray next to his bed.
Yeah.
And there he sits, almost motionless. His robe kind of very gently getting pushed about by the breeze up here. His back is to you, but he sits up very slightly when you peek through, as if he is aware of your presence.
Oh, grandfather, I apologize. I had called out and I heard no response, and, well, I was a bit concerned.
Nothing to be concerned about. Not tonight. Just thought I would take in the view for the first time in a long, long while.
Has the view changed much since the last time you saw it?
I don't know. I honestly can't remember how it looked the last time I was up here. Before all of this. It's nice, you know, to be above the Lyceum, able to gaze down upon it. A bit like being able to survey one's kingdom, you know?
I think I understand what you mean. And also, to be fair, the Lyceum is beautiful.
Yes. How long has it been? Years now. You are prepared for tomorrow?
I am. It was actually one of the reasons I was hoping to speak with you. One, to inform you that dinner will be ready fairly soon, and I wanted to offer a little tea while I inform you of what my answer was going to be for tomorrow.
Yes. Why don't you go over it for me?
Of course. Here, let me go. And she'll step back and go get that, like, tea prepared. And then she kind of steps up to the curtain. May I step out and join you?
Of course. before, without him saying anything, really without him even seeming to make a motion, the obsidian ring around this very small balcony extends out to form another seat next to his.
She holds out the little kind of platter with a cup of tea.
He looks down and he just kind of nods onto the space on the balcony between the two of you for you to set it down.
She smiles and gently sets it down. I thought about what you said, and, well, I agree. I still stand by my initial belief that the loss of life is unfortunate, and I do regret that, and I wish it hadn't happened. But I think you're the only person I can talk to where I can admit the rush of knowing that it can be done, and the idea that it could be replicated. I can't stop thinking about it.
Of course you can't. You're my granddaughter and a proper shaper. Anyone with an ounce of sense would think the same. It is tantalizing, isn't it? To have discovery at your fingertips, to feel it flow through your body.
I think the part that I find most, I don't know, invigorating but frustrating, and I mean, a man of your talents and history are probably more than well acquainted with this, knowing that you're close, but just missing one piece, or how, or worse, you have all of the pieces, but not how they all fit together quite yet.
It's solving that puzzle that makes the craft worthwhile. That challenge to advance the boundaries of knowledge, to push them beyond where any mortal has taken them before. To face that challenge is worth any price. That was me. That was me in my time. And they think that time is done. And with good reason. But they're wrong.
Kind of tilts her head.
Discovery can't be stopped. It can be impeded. It can be misdirected by fools and their lesser ambitions, but it cannot be stopped.
And that would be the church, if I may be so bold to say. They limit all of the colleges. Imagine how much grander Scone could be if we were actually given the proper tools, the space to actually work, to push things to their actual limit.
Just a small part of the dream I had hoped to realize during my tenure as High Shaper. But perhaps it's not too late. Perhaps tomorrow is merely the beginning, not the end of this affair at all.
She nods. That's the hope.
Tomorrow, or even tonight.
Tonight?
You know, Thessia, I feel more alive tonight than I have in a long, long time.
She kind of blinks a couple times. Well, that's lovely to hear. Any particular reason? Has medication been serving you well, or?
No. No. The only true cure for my physical condition would be a quantity of diamonds and jade such as I took for granted in the more prosperous times. And I'm afraid nothing of the sort appears to be on the horizon. No, physically I'm just as much of a wretch and invalid as ever. It's more a buoying of my spirits. And it heartens me to see you taking steps to realize your potential as well. Yes, heartens me greatly. So much, in fact. I've gone and done it now. I've given myself a taste. He looks out over the district. Perhaps it's time I got up and walked around the place.
Eyes kind of widen. I'm like trying her best to be as nonchalant as possible, kind of like looking at the the cup back to him, back to the cup, back to him, like, oh,
He slips off the balcony, or slips to the edge of it, and very tentatively places his feet, which you can see as they slide out from under his robe, are swollen and misshapen. And he sets them down on the balcony and leans off of it with one hand on the railing, kind of slowly tries to steady himself, get his balance. And you can see Thessia. His posture is beyond messed up. As he tries to stand here, he is hunched like he's at like Mr. Burns levels of hunched over, to the point it looks like he has more scoliosis than spine. And he wobbles a bit and then eventually leans back into the railing. Damn. Damn useless. And he leans forward again and manages to take a few steps and just shoves the door open and strides through the curtain. He doesn't really have the agility to open it in front of him, so he just walks through it until it eventually sloughs off him to the side. He walks back inside, and you can see the tea sits forgotten on the rim of the balcony.
She, with her lower left hand, grabs it, puts it behind her back, and with her two right arms, she like pushes through and uses her fourth left arm to like draw attention away from the hidden fourth arm. Like, grandfather, do you need assistance?
I was High Shaper for 3 decades. I can manage walking in my own home.
Of course.
He kind of struggles a step at a time and is clearly in significant discomfort, but does begin making his way toward the doorway.
Maybe we don't need tea.
Thessia, realizing that this has shifted dramatically, and doesn't want to have this sort of evidence present, as they're walking, she is just going to, once he's fully out of the room, she's just gonna pour the tea into like this pot with the plant, and because she only made the 1 cup, and she's just like, God damn it, and follows after very politely.
He reaches the edge of the stairs here and lowers his body down, and you can hear a faint scratch, and instantly the stairs flatten out into a ramp. and he just
Oh.
slowly begins sliding down it.
Whoa.
So what I was actually going to ask before he did something like that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was actually going to do a quick study of him.
Oh, okay.
When old people fall,
Yeah,
Oh my
go
God.
on.
and accidents do happen.
Accidents do happen.
course.
Yep.
If I studied this man, how likely is it that this set of stairs, like how many floors up are we?
This is only one flight of stairs.
Oh.
I mean, it's certainly it's long enough that, yeah, if you fell wrong, you could easily break your neck or so. It wouldn't be anywhere near guaranteed.
No. Thessia's not at that point yet.
Am I turning on mood scheming?
Oh, there's no guarantee. Yeah.
But maybe, just maybe, Gaia will act for you. Maybe things have a way of just working out.
Because
You never know.
the will brain idea
Uh-huh.
is that, like, as he's falling,
I teleport a knife into his head.
almost. The will idea is that I set a rune up my own at the top of the stairs that I can then just meld away because, it's the Thale rune. That as he's falling, have one of the steps jut up quickly to, like, go for the head and just, like, and then have it flatten back out. I'm gonna roll. She's gonna lean into the heart, which is like,
Oh, for once it's not. Once it's not blue.
it's not blue, and because of that, she can't help but admit that, like, this was probably the nicest conversation she's ever had with her grandfather. And like, she's been really feeling lately of like, I do have a lot of potential. Once I really solidify what the cause of it is, oh man, the shit I can do, and have someone be like, yeah, go girl, is like, it's not what anyone else has been saying, really. Maybe Grandpa deserves at least one nice day. But I gotta find Arcus and warn him, like, my grandpa's not asleep.
Anyway, so that shit I said before happens without him getting pushed down the stairs and breaking his neck just yet.
Yeah, just yet.
Yeah, he makes his way down, and I not to editorialize your character's actions, but I feel like you've probably got a little moment of like being stupefied at the top of the steps here of like, nothing that just happened is what I expected. Also, I almost just like tried to murder my grandpa in a very impromptu way instead, and oh my Jesus Christ, what is going on?
Yeah, there is a
just
moment
wanted
like,
him to fall asleep.
yeah, it's very much a moment of like, wow, I'm sinking a little fast now that, the finish line is so close.
Yeah.
And she'll make her way downstairs.
Yeah, these stairs, as he slides down them, he leaves a wake of stairs behind him as they reset to their original position. So you are able to walk down normally, and you kind of can't help but, I feel like in the calculus of all this, seeing that, you probably can't quite help but think like, he really is very good at that. Like,
yeah.
Damn, that's smooth as butter.
Not bad, old man.
You win this round. You get to live one day, Grandpa.
I'll get you next time, Gramps.
I'll get you, okay?
I get you.
I almost got you that time.
Man, but I tell you what, if it was like 2 flights of stairs, oh yeah, Grandpa would have been going down.
Okay, well, goodness golly gee, like that's a very compelling like place to leave that particular interaction. So I feel like maybe we just want to cut ahead to Orcris arriving here, unless or Chris, you want to do something on screen first?
No, I can arrive.
Okay. Then yeah, we'll go ahead and cut ahead a little later in time. Your grandfather makes his way downstairs, and before you have your little moment of like catching your breath and processing, and you hear just a little bit of hubbub at the point that must be him actually reaching the first floor. Because by the time you actually get downstairs, already your mother is trying to like hold him and guide him, and he's like, lay off me, woman, you kind of
Yeah,
fight.
yeah.
And your sibling looks kind of dumbstruck. And so it's a slightly weird evening in the Betalus household temporarily. Your grandfather ultimately takes up the seat in what is his chair. In all the time that you've been having meals at this table, it's a known but unspoken rule. No one else sits in that chair.
No one sits in Pop Pop's chair.
No one sits in Pop Pop's chair. Your mom doesn't sit there. Your dad never sat there. And so yeah, there's a kind of let's see how dinner goes. We don't have to role play it all out, but why don't you like roll the die and see what mode you're in for this dinner, where you're like, well, I almost just killed my grandpa, and now we're just having a family dinner, and
I should have killed him.
Son of a bitch.
damn you, old man.
Ah!
I was too awed by your slip and slide.
By your sick moves.
Damn!
I was trying to find what the fuck is fitting music for this now.
Had I just steeled myself?
Oh. Yeah, we'll just do like
Hesitation is death.
yeah. So yeah, it's a kind of incredulous dinner, and yeah, you're a little bit like kicking yourself for losing your nerve in the moment. But Diomenos, your grandfather, he's in unusually good spirits. Not only was that pretty much the most non-backhanded compliments and such you've gotten from him in a while, but he seems to almost have like a little bit of manic energy about him. Like he's got a secret.
Oh, he's about to die anyway.
Yeah.
He's got a secret that he's cooking up. And he's gonna have a great deal of fun springing on someone, is the read you're getting on him. He eats a little bit of dinner, and then he gets up from the table. He doesn't excuse himself, because that's not how he rolls. But he gets up from the table, and it's still very clearly very physically taxing. Your mother gets up when he gets up, and he puts up a hand. She slowly, uncertainly sits back down, and he hobbles past and heads out to just be out on the deck for a while in your sand garden.
Who fucked up my sand garden? Why is there a hole?
I feel like Thessia probably cleaned that up, because she actually recently has been doing that a little bit more, and she's like, wow, this is actually kind of relaxing to do. She kind of turns to her family and is like, so I don't know what that's all about. I'll just be honest.
I've not seen your grandfather like that in some time. Perhaps not since we moved him into that room. Honestly, I was worried he wasn't even that mobile anymore. Old fool's probably in terrible pain. But if he doesn't want help, he won't accept help, and that's how he's always been, and that's how he'll always be.
Yeah. So I don't really know what to do about this, to be quite frank.
Do about it? What's there to do about it? This is to celebrate, Thessia.
Oh, no, of course. Obviously, that's the first thing that came to my mind as well. It's just that, he seems to be in quite a bit of pain as he moves, and I'm uncertain of any methods to assist with that.
Well, I suppose we could reach out to a physiker of some kind. I can only assume he'll pay for this tomorrow. Mark my words, he'll be back in that bed and he'll be groaning all day, and I'll be running up and down the stairs. And I'll tell him that he should have listened. And will he listen the next time? Of course he won't. He's my father.
Yeah, next time. Well, I mean, there is always the possibility that Orcris may be popping on by.
Yeah, I was thinking of him.
Were you?
We could put out word to him. Well, he seemed like a very put-together young man. And he did fine work in your case.
I can't deny that.
Your grandfather's condition is, well, perhaps more understandable, less immediately life-threatening, but no less intractable, difficult to cure. Not without assets we no longer have.
Indeed. But the fact that he is able to move at all is remarkable, and as you said, should be celebrated. Though, I am curious what's put him in these spirits.
Hey, that's a great time for Orcris to enter.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that.
Meanwhile, out the window, you see Orcris just like stabbing the old man, and then
Yeah, I was like, meanwhile, down the street. Hello, sir. Let's see. Oh wait, let me just. Here's at the door. All right. Yeah. Knock knock.
Oh.
I thought they had guards for this sort of thing.
Normally, but we're on a budget.
Yeah, no, realistically, the guard would have opened the door for you, Orcris.
Oh, if that's the case, then I can put Thessia back in their chair.
Announcing Master Orcris. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, Orcris! Thessia stands up, and she...
Oh, no need to... no need to rise.
No. It's welcome to our home. And Thessia's going to go for like the little side cheek kiss out of respect. And then when she's on the side that, the family can't see her, she whispers, "He didn't drink, he's up."
That's fine.
It's lovely to see you. Please, have a seat.
Of course. Oh, I didn't mean to intrude upon supper. I just happened to be in the neighborhood and thought it might be... I thought I might check in.
Well, please, have a seat, help yourself.
Here, actually I'm going to sit in this one. Just right here. Oh. Well, just wanted to I just wanted to check in on Thessia, see how she was doing. Are you still feeling any of those? Are you still feeling any of those other side effects that I had mentioned?
In very small waves, but I think we're on the end of it at this point.
Good.
And
good.
I
expected as much.
And I will happily take them over our
over the previous condition that you were in, of
our
course.
first meeting, of course.
Yes. Ah, and Arete, was it?
Arete.
Arete. Pleasure to see you. It is a pleasure to see you again as well. And of course, Lady Beatrice.
Are you talking to Thessia?
No.
No. Xenion?
It'd be...
Yeah, them. Yep.
Xenion is who I was speaking
Yes.
of.
Okay, yeah.
My mistake. Lady Batalus, I never would have called her Erite. I would have called her Lady Batalus.
Right.
But Xenion, I would. And Xenion, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I don't have anything to worry about that's on the magnitude of what my sister is dealing with at the moment, mercifully.
Of course. That was another reason I wanted to check in. I understand the tribunal is tomorrow.
Yes.
It is. Yes, but after dinner...
Thessia, is this man one of the allies you alluded to?
He is indeed, but there's actually another set that I was hoping to reach out to this evening, as they're planning on gathering, so...
Yes. It is my honor to be referred to as an ally in this trying situation. And I do hope that there's something within my power to be done. Though I must admit I struggle to find any particular use that may come to mind, given the nature of the trial.
Well,
Xenion from across the way. Well, I hope you think of something. To be honest, it's... My sister was very clear that she didn't want me getting myself involved with any of this current mess, and it's very, very difficult to honor that request, but I'm doing my best. But whoever your allies are, I hope you've picked someone at least as useful as me, is all I'm saying.
and it's never a doubting of your capabilities, Enion. It's just...
I know.
Right.
I know.
You know, but I can
Sit
tell.
here wringing my hands and hoping you won't be executed. That's the best I can contribute at the moment, it seems.
Well, Xenion, do you have any particular connections or anything that we might be able to make use of in this case?
Honestly, probably not. I'm as devout as any Scani, but I don't have any... I don't know anyone influential in the church, and I can't imagine there's anyone related to the colleges that I know better than my sister already does. It's just frustrating, you know?
I do have a friend. I do have a friend within the church, now that you mention it. I wonder... I may be able to call upon him. He is fairly influential, if I understand his position. Charades, perhaps you've heard of him.
Let's see if they've heard of him. Yeah, I'm just gonna... you fucking raw d20. It doesn't have to be anything elaborate. I feel I may have heard the name once. He's probably below the rank of Deva then, but if he's anyone who is at least in charge of a temple, perhaps that's worth something.
Indeed. You know, I may reach out to him later tonight. See if maybe, if we can't... Obviously, we can't put an end to the trial wholesale, but if perhaps we could slow the process down at the very least. The poor girl has only just woken up, and now she was only given several days to prepare this defense, and she didn't even know what crime she was being accused of.
Yeah. Well, any assistance is deeply appreciated, as you well know.
The entire thing seems a farce, if I'm being honest.
I mean... I'll, kind of so-so hand with one.
I mean, I understand there were casualties, and that must be taken into consideration.
Yeah.
But it was obviously an accident. No one would do such a no one would do such a thing on purpose, especially if it, put them in a coma immediately following. And besides, it was to save your mother.
Yeah.
Well, in my experience, the hand of justice moves swiftly when it's sufficiently motivated. I hold some naive hope that if you simply make that argument plainly and forthrightly, they couldn't refute it. But I don't know. I've not
Well.
seen a proceeding like this in many, many years.
Well, we should take any opportunity, any defense, even that fact alone, that the speed at which this trial is taking place is unprecedented. We should take any advantage we can muster. It is not an exaggeration to say that the future of House Baetalus is very much on the line.
Yes. Obviously, I'm taking this as serious as I can. It's just that, well, one, we're limited in time, and two, there's so many people that I would need to try and contact. I mean, I have a couple of ideas for a line of defense, but the only way to truly ensure that it's even viable is, well, to get more information, yet again. But I plan on getting that later today. Or I guess this evening.
Well, what time does the trial begin tomorrow?
Outstanding question. I don't... This is Will. I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably like midday. That feels
Yeah,
very
well,
like...
you were... Etria told you had 48 hours, and that was at midday yesterday. So, yeah. You might be able to sneak something in the morning, but you're not going to have much time following the end of this day.
Yeah.
Well, there is Wither as well.
That's true. I'm not sure what they're up to.
Perhaps we could convince Wither to convince others that you are needed for their journey. It's perhaps it may be a bit dishonest, but it's your life on the line.
I mean, there is also the possibility that I am. Like, we genuinely don't know. I actually don't know what Wither's journey is. So we could always ask them. Who knows? Maybe it's not a stretch.
Indeed.
I mean, they are the reason that my mother and I are even alive. They found us.
And so, more evidence to possibly back that claim.
Xenion's been kind of looking around the table, not saying anything for a little bit, and looks to you, Thessia. Do you know who's conducting this tribunal exactly? Who's judging you?
Well, I imagine Etria.
Right. Magistrate.
Yeah.
You really don't want me to know? No. No.
I'm more than willing to hear a thought, but like I said, I don't want you to stick your neck out. It's bad enough that I'm on the line. We don't need both children on it.
If I think of something I can do while keeping my neck well indoors, then I'm going to do it. Otherwise, I'll do as you ask.
I just think you have a very bright future ahead of you, and I don't want you to get caught up in the tides.
Future that will be quite a bit dimmer if you're not in it.
It is true. But you'll have Mother, and you seem to have hit it off at least decently with Wither.
You know what? No.
And we'll have you.
Stand up from the table. No, I don't want to talk about that alternative. That's not going to happen. Let's not even...
You're right.
I'm I think I'm... May I be excused, Mother? Of course. Good luck with whatever you're doing tonight and tomorrow, and I'll be there either way.
Thank you, and I didn't mean to offend you.
It's all right. Just keep your head where it needs to be, please.
She just nods.
You know, in the metaphorical sense, and also attached to your body.
No, I picked. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. I understand.
Although, I don't know if. God, how do they even? No, we're not thinking about it. We're not
Nope,
thinking about
we're
it.
not thinking about that.
Nope.
It's all rather quick and painless, I'm told.
Thank you. Well, all the same, we're working towards that not happening. Spare arms, not spare heads. So let's solidify a plan of approach. Also, Thessia like leans back to kind of like look out the door. Is Gramp still just like hanging out?
At this exact moment, yeah, he's looking out over the garden here with his hands gripped on the railing.
Just mumbling, old.
Smelly.
Dust.
Just like saying shit.
Holds out hand in the rain. Water. Dust.
Water and dust. Right.
Well, it seems it will be a busy night this evening.
Yeah.
I'm going to go begin cleaning this up. If you two
please,
have any plans?
let me assist you.
No, if you have plans in motion, I would much rather you attend to those right away while you still have time.
Of course.
I won't regret the time I spend cleaning up the table if it gives another 3 minutes for the two of you to do whatever it is you're going to do.
Thank you, Mother. Yeah, Thessia kind of like wraps her fingers on the table. So I'll probably be heading out fairly soon to go and, see what I can learn and possibly talk. Crawls under the table.
No, it's so funny because like even in my like the way I did it, the way I moved him up and around to sit here, but because I didn't do each movement.
Oh right, looks like
individually.
Looks like a gecko. Just
yeah. And so, what's this about your grandfather?
Well, first and foremost, out of nowhere, he was out of bed and he was sitting on the balcony. I have no idea what that was all about. And he seems sprier than normal, and weirdly, we kind of like connected.
Well, that's wonderful, Thessia.
I suppose.
However, chop with the killy.
Well, no. I if I remember correctly, Thessia doesn't know that me and Wither are going to go kill Grandpa.
I think we left it at Thessia was assuming you probably were, that she was going to set you up the alley-oop and have plausible deniability, but that was her assumption. But you can answer that, Will.
I mean, her brain space was at the time she's like, I will give him the drink, he will fall asleep, and whatever happens, happens. If he dies, great. If he doesn't, I won't say good, but
this second wind that he's experiencing, it is oft reported that those who are about to pass of old age will have one last burst of clarity of energy before they pass. And so tonight may be the night anyway. Regardless, what did you do with the tea?
I poured it into a plant pot because I didn't want evidence just lying around. Was that wrong? I don't know how to do any of this.
It's fine. It's fine.
It doesn't sound fine.
No,
it sounds like you know a lot about murder. Maybe you could teach me.
It's fine. Luckily, I had a feeling that something like this might occur, and so I brought a little extra. Still enough for 2.
Okay.
And so, if it doesn't need to happen tonight, because of whatever is going on with him at the moment, then perhaps. Where is he right now?
She kind of like, she's like leaning on the table, and then one of her hands points out to the west. He's outside, observing the sand garden.
Why aren't you upstairs?
Because we've been having dinner.
Do you think that there's something in his notes that might be able to help us tomorrow, if worse comes to worse?
Are you able to ensure he stays down here?
I can.
All right. She like looks at the stairs and looks at the door. I'm going to tell my mother that I'm leaving for the meeting because I do need to go and do that.
Yes.
Let me go.
You don't have long.
No, I'm going to go out the front door, loop back around, and climb up to the balcony. That way, there are witnesses that I left the building.
Yep.
Okay. She'll stand up and poke her head in very, very quickly. Mother? Hi. I need to head out now. To reach out to those contacts. And it's a little cutting it close for time. It'll be fine. But I do need to head out now, and I'll be back a little later.
I know that I'll see you again tomorrow morning either way, but she reaches in and gives you a hug.
You'll see me tonight. I'll be back.
Of course, of course.
Thanks.
All right, go. I can't tell you off for offering to clean up and then hold you hostage here. Go.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Go. Yeah.
Thessia gonna move real quick, like, make sure to greet the guard. I'm off. I'll be back a little later.
Of course.
And then once she's outside, she's going to kind of loop around the building, trying to look as like nonchalant as possible. And then I could probably very easily hop our fence and then like climb the side of the building up to that balcony. And just go into Grandpa's room to because I don't have much time, just do a quick skim of some of those.
Honestly, you could probably get away with stealing some of them right now. I doubt he's going to be like, all right, I'm finally up. Time to look at my notes and make sure that they're all inventoried and cataloged.
See, I'm not so sure about that because he's spry and he's like, I'm really feeling the creative juices, and he might like go and try to read them and like get inspired for his old days and shit. So I'm going to take the very cautious route of take a look at them, skim as much knowledge as I can. Or, I have a weird idea.
Shaper.
Yeah, something like that. So I'm gonna make sure I grab a couple of tablets of my own, not from this room, because I don't want anything to disappear fully like that. And Thessia is going to grab those tablets, set her tablet on top.
Yep.
And then use the shaper to make it as like very cautiously fill in, but then pull it out. Essentially like making a reverse stamp.
Oh, okay. Funky.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
go ahead and roll to do here, and I think you can use your blue for this, no problem.
Oh my god.
Hey,
Thessia.
you could have rolled a 1. You could have procced your die move.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so you take a tablet, you overlay it over. Is there a particular tablet that you're looking to start with copying, like a particular piece of information you're looking for?
I will start with one that I mean, this one that he had like gestured to, she like is very curious about, so she like does a quick read of it while she's like getting the tablet ready with the rune and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, the one on top has extensive notes and a large symbol drawn on it. That's kind of the centerpiece of it all. That you didn't know what it looked like, but from context, there's only one thing that it could be. This tablet describes the minor rune of your grandfather's own invention, a rune that he developed himself and only he can use. It is supposedly, recordedly, not possible for one rune touch to learn another rune touch's minor rune. But just like they all experiment with maybe I can use more than one major rune, it's something that many have tried.
Yeah.
And something that probably at the back of your mind you've always wondered, maybe I'll be the one to get this to work.
Yeah.
It's also one of the things that made him famous in his position as a shaper, so it's very significant. In regards to that 2 you rolled, you press the tablet. I'm getting a little bit of echo from someone right now.
I think I got something from Austin.
Mm-hmm.
There's like an echo coming through from something.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
That's okay. You take another tablet, press it over top of this one, and use your powers to mold the stone down and into the grooves carved into the lower tablet. And you can feel that process complete. You have it, and you go and you pull. Fucking thing's stuck together.
Okay. I am not going to panic, because that's how we have bigger problems. God, do I just use my reroll already? Because if this fucks up, I am in a bad position.
The truth!
You want to use the truth here. I never
said I didn't have to be involved.
I never
or consciously aware of what I was fixing.
I never specifically said whether or not the character has to know or just you, Austin, the player.
I mean, you could also infer, like, even based on earlier information that Arcus is like, this bitch just keeps fucking up.
This is the one...
Because I don't feel like Orcus even knows he has this ability.
It's
so passive in his mind.
This is the one thing that maybe any character has. Normally, I would say, just no thinking. The character has to know and be there to be able to do this. But because of the specific nature of this ability of yours and how it relates to your character and how your character relates to the fiction, you know what? I'll allow it.
Splendid.
Okay, so are you doing the truth to just make that automatically succeed, or do you want to replace Thessia's roll with one of the rolls you stored?
No, it automatically succeeds.
Okay.
Thank God.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thessia, you have a weird moment of like quasi deja vu here, where you basically have an intrusive thought when you go to lift the tablet up and it like catches very slightly. You're like, oh my God, is it stuck together? Oh, no. And then, nope, it's totally fine. You pull it off and you've got a perfect inverted recreation of this and a fleeting sense of panic that you momentarily are like, well, I don't know why I got suddenly so worked up over that. That went fine. Just fucking calm down.
Yeah. And while she's here, she'll, like, grab another tablet that's, like, maybe under it and just see if that has anything written on it that's interesting that she could quickly glean before she leaves to go and try and tail after Creator.
To be honest, based on what we've established about your character, I doubt there's a single tablet here in your grandfather's little curated collection that is not interesting to you. I don't readily have a
No,
yes.
of course.
This is what the next tablet is about. But yeah, you if you look at the next one, you're probably gonna fight to not be like, oh, and get immediately engrossed in it, and then I think you realize in character, oh, like I would want to read all of these, and I don't have time.
Yeah, so she'll get the one, and she'll, man, I don't really have like pockets, and it's a chunk of stone.
You just hide it.
It's I mean, it's if you look at it close, someone would notice that it's not carved, but rather the inverse. But otherwise,
But
from a
other
distance,
than
it just
that,
looks like a
it's like-
tablet. It's no different than seeing someone carrying a book.
It'd
Yeah.
be like, that's weird.
Her
That's
bigger-
weird, but neat.
Her bigger thing is like, this is like hidden knowledge, and she's like, it's mine. And so, yeah, she'll just like tuck it away as best as she can. And
Well, the good news is because it's done in this inverted way, there's realistically no chance anyone can read it from a distance.
Right.
It's just gonna look, yeah, you'd have to be able to perfectly mentally map jutting out 3D pieces into then what the inverse would be, which pretty much no one's gonna be able to do anyway.
yeah, she'll come up to the ledge. She's gonna make sure the curtains are as closed as they were before when they left. And she's gonna look around to make sure that no one is really on the streets. And once she sees that it's kind of as clear as it's gonna get, she'll jump off, get on the street, and just walk towards the Lyceum.
Okay. And I'm not gonna have you roll anything for quote unquote stealth during this, because if it ever comes to it, we will roll it later to see whether there was any trace left behind or you got spotted or anything.
Hooray!
And I suppose for the record, Orcris downstairs.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind meeting the old man.
Yeah. While this is happening, if you wanna actually RP here, then we can go ahead and do that.
Mm-hmm. He just comes in, and I'm just sitting there with like a little biscuit in my mouth, like, who the hell are you?
Get out of my house. No, yeah, you can see through the glass door that he shifts occasionally, and he occasionally takes a couple steps, and usually then shifts back around and grips the railing again. Like it clearly doesn't look very comfortable for him to walk or be standing unaided right now.
Well, I suppose I will go out there and say hi. I open the door.
You know what? Now, for these two characters being on
Right.
screen,
Oh, yeah.
it has to be more overtly evil sounding than that.
Lord Batalus, how are you? No, so I open the door slowly. Lord Batalus.
He does not turn around. He just grunts.
Forgive my interruption of your solitude. My name is Orcris. I am a friend of your granddaughter's, and am in some small part responsible for her having woken.
I see. Yes, at first I assumed, given that I did not recognize your voice, that you must be a newly hired servant, but there is no way any of our servants would address me so brazenly when they weren't spoken to first, so you must have a bit of spirit to you. Good.
Well, it is kind of you to say. I hail from somewhat noble stock myself, and so I was taught proper courtesies. Regardless, I just wanted to check on you. I had heard that you were feeling quite well today.
You presume a great deal to inquire after my well-being, boy. I'm sure I would remember if I had made it any of your business. Nevertheless, I suppose if you were responsible for reviving Thessia, you must be a healer of some sort, or at least a druggist. A mystic, perhaps? And tell me, are you here to assess my condition professionally?
Informally. I apologize if I brought any offense. I had heard of your situation and just wished to
You've heard of
informally...
my situation from whom?
From your family, sir.
Then I shall have to speak to my family later.
Again, if I have caused any offense...
The offense is inconsequential, boy. The damage to my family's reputation is not. So understand me when I say you are not to repeat anything about my condition, physical or otherwise, to anyone, for any reason. Am I understood?
You are.
Good.
And sir, it is a cruel world that we live in, where the powerful can grow weak with time. And it would be crueler of me not to remind you of that at this moment. You and I are the only people standing here.
Yes, I think you will make a fine companion for Thessia. As long as you keep your place in mind, that boldness will serve her well.
I smile. I do think she has much to learn, and there's much I could teach her.
We will see how you handle tomorrow's ordeal, if indeed you are working on her behalf in that regard. And should you handle it well, then perhaps we may arrange for you to teach her more of how the world works. Goodness knows I have a hard enough time getting her to listen to me. And if you handle it poorly, well then, I may not have a daughter anymore. And I will, in turn, need to reflect on the failings that brought about that condition.
With all due respect, I believe it is your granddaughter.
Yes, fuck. This, that's what I said, the retcon.
The truth.
The truth! Zawarudo. Yeah, no, sorry, that was just me Aaron.
Yeah.
fucking up.
Yeah, you're
No,
good.
I was gonna poke at his senility, but that's fine. Well, it is my informal but professional opinion that your mind seems sharp, and that your body seems to be doing quite well at this time. I do have a recommendation.
Oh.
Have some of this. I pull out a small plant. It is more of a grass. It grows purple and red, up to this sort of pale white stalk. This should help you for any aches you may feel tomorrow. And it will not dull the mind.
A gnarled rictus grasp hand emerges from under the cloak and takes it from you.
Have it mixed in with some tea. It doesn't taste good, but what can you do?
Indeed. Well, thank you for taking the time to check up on the health of an old man. Would that more of Skan shared your regard for their elders.
Indeed. Have yourself a pleasant evening.
Oh, I intend to.
As you walk off, Orcris, he releases from the balcony and he does slowly begin walking back inside.
All right, I'm gonna, when I get the chance, I probably ought to check on, Charities. See if he can't offer any assistance.
So, if you do that now, you will not also be able to go to the summit. So do you care about attending the summit in person, or do you want to break off to go do something else?
I trust the two of them to handle the summit. I'm not sure what I would be able to do to help in that situation specifically. But I may be able to win us more support by spreading out and going to Charities.
That is fair.
Then let's do that. I need to piss buckets, so I'm going to take a very quick break. And I've been trying so hard to never do this since we record and it's unedited, but tonight I piss. Tonight I piss. I'll be back in a second. If anyone else needs to get water or anything, let's break for like 3 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
What a terrible night for a piss.
What a terrible night for a piss.
Oh boy.
What a terrible piss for a night.
I unfortunately had to get up because my mom was calling and she's like, "So, how are you doing?" I'm like, "Mom, I'm doing something." She's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
In the middle of a thing.
I wanted to check. I'm like, "Mom, I'm doing something." So what did you and my grandpa hit it off?
I threatened him.
Oh. So you hit it off.
Yeah, he kind of threatened me, and so I was like, "Let me remind you, it is a cruel world that sees the powerful grow old and weak.
Damn.
And it is a crueler world that has you standing in front of me right now, where nobody else can see us but you."
He was like,
And he was like, "All right, yeah, you cool."
"All right, this guy's fly. So what? I gotta take 3 scoops of this tea? All right, cool."
No, I didn't give him the. I actually gave him something to help with his pain.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I was bummed to see that I had to get up because I was like, "Ooh, I really want to see this conversation." Luckily, I can go back and watch.
Yeah.
But my mom, she was persistent.
Yeah, I just did a small threat to his life. I was like, "Motherfucker, who are you talking to? I could shove you right now and you would die."
Die! I'll die!
Oops.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, I left the spooky theme playing all this time, I see. Well, that's fine.
That's fine. Gives us something to listen to.
I'm talking about murder anyway.
We need it on to cover up the sound of me pissing in the background.
A powerful stream.
We are streamers.
The extremely dumb chuckle is one of my favorite bits.
Duh.
As a way of, like paying homage to
A guffaw.
a very dumb joke that I want to actually deliver some measure of respect to. Okay.
It's like giving a little bow.
Yeah. All right, we'll do that, and we'll get you out of there. And oh, look at that! We already have. That's already the right person for this map.
How are you doing, Oz? And haven't seen Wither in a bit, so want to make sure you're still locked in. Yeah.
Are you muted?
Dead.
Might be muted.
Probably because I called a break. He's probably up. Probably up doing a little ting. In the meantime, yeah, I think my estimation is that the summit is more likely to produce a dramatic thing that then is going to drive further action in the session, or possibly even be the end of the session, depending on how long it goes. So why don't we do Orchrus talking to Charides first?
Yeah.
Because that feels like that could end on that could be inappropriate dramatic timing to do at the end of the session.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's go ahead and get a little one of these going. And go ahead and set a view position. And let's Wingardium Leviosa. So, Orchrus, you make your way back to the Foundation, to Charides' own temple, where he is the leader of the congregation. It's not a grand, decadent affair, certainly not from the outside. It looks leagues better than any of the surrounding buildings. Temples always do in the less well-maintained parts of Scon. But it's humble. It's modest, somewhat unlike its caretaker in that regard. And at this time of evening, you step inside, and the echoes that sometimes fill the room of prayers and sermons and mutterances are relatively low. It's evening. A lot more people pray in the morning. And so the temple is, as it goes, relatively lightly populated at the moment. Charides himself, you can see, is prostrate before this statue, hands clasped together and whispering under his breath.
Mother Gaia, grant unto me the wisdom to see myself through this trial. Mother Gaia, grant unto me the strength to bring thy message to all who would hear it. Mother Gaia, grant me the agility to overcome the obstacles before me and the fortitude to endure for the sake of them. Mother Gaia, grant me these blessings, I beseech thee. Mother Gaia.
This will go on forever if you let it.
Apologies for the interruptions, friend.
He turns and doesn't open his eyes, but he certainly recognizes your voice. Orchrus, my friend. Rare to have you pay me a visit here at this time of day. Have you come in need of guidance, prayer?
Guidance, certainly. I have a friend.
Oh, come, sit, where it's comfortable.
Yes, well, my friend is Thessia of House Baetalus.
Oh dear. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Her tribunal is tomorrow.
Yes, I know.
And I would very much like her tribunal to not result in a guilty verdict.
Advice.
While I understand that we all want things, I was hoping that perhaps I could speak to someone who could speak to someone who could speak to someone.
Well, I dare say you're speaking to someone right now. That being
Excellent. Happy to
said-
hear it.
That being said, I fear the best time for young Master Basilus to secure her innocence in the eyes of the tribunal was before she killed a dozen men.
She did not kill a dozen men. Let
No?
that be clear. There was a terrible accident, and that terrible accident resulted in the deaths of 12 people. There was no fault in judgment on her part.
Well, I suppose the judgment or lack thereof is, well, determining that is the purpose of such a proceeding. That being said, he raises his hands in a conciliatory way, I don't presume to sit in judgment of her. Someone has been assigned that task by our Archon and by our God, and if it is not me, then it is not for me to say whether she be guilty or innocent.
The person tasked with judging this tribunal, I have been made aware that I should not expect a fair trial for my friend.
Oh, goodness. From Magistrate Etria?
Indeed. That it is in her best interest to use the fervor caused by this accident to leash the colleges and their ability to continue to study the runes.
We're speaking unusually frankly tonight, I see. Well,
I don't. Well, you
don't mind at all.
understand. You understand. I don't have much time,
Indeed.
and I'm worried for my friend.
He leans back on the cushion and folds his arms. And you wish for me to talk to someone who can talk to someone and so on, and get word back to the magistrate that she should reconsider her course.
Indeed. That would be... Even now, I struggle to say that is the ideal. I feel like there's more to be done, or more could be done. But
Go ahead.
at the very least, I would hope something like that could be arranged.
Oh, my influence would be much greater than it is, were I already numbered among the Deva. But, alas, that happy day has not come to pass yet. Though, I suppose intercession on the side of justice in this matter could reflect favorably upon me, if it were handled with proper decorum. Yes, I believe I may be able to offer your friend some assistance in this, her hour of need. I can, as you say, speak to someone, and at the very least, make it clear that, in spite of how it may appear from the outside, there is not merely one school of thought on this matter among we in the Ecclesiastica.
That is exactly the sort of thing that I think would help us out a lot.
That being said, I
Of
believe
course.
we may be able to be of some use to each other in this regard. You are aware, of course, that using the materials you have supplied to me, these past months, I have been blessed with divine vision beyond vision. Night after night, I see the grand future before our city, and it renews my zeal and my dedication to my flock. And in turn, it renews their dedication to our great God. And nothing has made me happier than that. Truly, Orcris, I thank you for all that you've given me so far. I have developed, well, it seems that he tactfully clasps his hands together and searches for words. The supplies that you have given me to facilitate these visions, I fear that they are losing some potency.
I see.
It would do my spirit and the spirits of my congregation a world of good, and indeed, it would do good for my future prospects of being able to further assist you as a deva of our grand religious order. It would be in that interest if I were able to continue as I have been, and I leave it to your expertise whether that requires simply a greater quantity, or perhaps something of an inherently more potent nature. You understand?
Yes, I believe I would be able to cook something up, given enough time, but what I fear is not that the medicine has lost its potency, but that you have simply started building a tolerance to it. This is something I have had experience with in the past as well. And so, thankfully, for now, you are well within the safe range to continue to take on a bit more. However, in the future, I do have a few other additives that I can include that would bypass your tolerance.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I'll leave all the pharmacology in your capable hands. That's a load off my mind. I was beginning to fear that our God's visions would soon be obscured to me. But if that's not the case, then I can continue on in full confidence that before long, I will take one closer step to the destiny I've been dreaming of. And you, my friend, I'm sure you will only continue to go on to greater and greater things yourself.
Not simply the destiny you've been dreaming of, but the destiny. The only destiny.
Indeed. Indeed.
All
Well then.
things have already happened. All things.
Is this of your foreign theologia that you picked up?
Just a hunch.
Well, I suppose it all begins with a hunch. I'd be fascinated to debate scripture with you sometime.
I'm afraid I'm a little more... I'm afraid that while I am familiar with the scripture, I find the practice to be more thrilling than the teaching.
Well, one must practice a great deal indeed to be able to teach. Perhaps it's something you'll discover a passion for with time. I can only hope. You have so many fascinating ideas. I do wish more people got to hear them.
Perhaps one day they will.
Well, my friend, I'm so happy that we can help each other. And I will make sure to talk to a person this evening in plenty of time for the tribunal. I'll be there myself tomorrow, you know.
Oh, well, all the more helpful.
Indeed. And I wish you the best of luck.
Yes.
If your friend is indeed innocent as you believe, I have no doubt that Gaia will guide the hand of justice no matter who is wielding it.
Another thing that you might plant in the ear of someone is that death is far too harsh a punishment.
Well, the punishment can be a tricky thing. A lesser knowledged man might call it arbitrary at times. But
I
of
call
course,
it barbarism.
oh, or Chris, you cannot impose those foreign standards of justice upon our fair Scon. I know you've spoken at length about the tenets of Saxit and the volcano people and those curious little ways of theirs. But here in Scon, there is only one law.
I know. And yet, with one law comes 1,000 interpretations. And with 1,000 interpretations, surely mercy must be found in one amongst all of them.
Yeah, go ahead and, do you want to make a roll here to convince Sharides of the merit of your point of view rather than simply, favor for favor kind of thing?
I'll favor for favor. That
I mean,
we've
I can
count on that a little.
Favor
I
for
can count.
favor is certainly happening. But
Yeah. Okay.
if you want
I'll
you
see
can
if
go
I
ahead
can
and
convince
see.
him further.
Yeah. And if you want to burn anything, this would be an appropriate roll to do on which to do it using your resources, but you don't have to. You can just make the roll.
Right. I will roll to do. Wait. I think hold on. Attribute status. Oh, I see. It's because I leveled up something. I was like, why do I have a +1 there? All right. So roll to do.
Yeah, and are you using an attribute for this or rolling wild?
I'd like to orange.
Yeah, that seems appropriate. That's also fun, because that means I think this is going to be
We're
a clash.
Gonna clash.
Because he's rolling yellow.
So should I roll to die first?
No.
Okay.
Roll to die is only provoked by certain things, but you can roll with your attribute. Just pick it when you do the roll to do.
Yeah.
And I need to I need to roll to die for him, because oh god! That's so funny. I tried to roll to die and I just deleted his yellow attribute.
Oh no.
Whoops.
Well, I win.
I guess he's dead now. Okay, we'll do this manually. He's just gonna.
You don't have to.
D20 plus D6. Well, we can just say lose. D20 plus D6. Oh,
yeah.
Indeed. Okay.
No, I think the bitch should die.
I'll kill her. Yes, he does not contradict you. He smiles and nods in his Sharides way of like, oh yes, that wacky
yes,
Orcris.
Cute little religions.
Yes. So you feel like you probably didn't win him over in that regard, but he's still gonna do it in exchange for what you worked out.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna need to make a mental. Luckily, I can restore him from a backup later, and luckily I don't need his yellow attribute right now. But very funny. I'll have to make sure not to do that again. All right, and I think now we probably we're gonna this will be funny. Let's cut over to. Let me put you back on the loading screen for a second. And let's see, give me this.
Cut over to the frog quartet.
Yeah. Go here. And yeah, we need to drop you in. So, Thessia.
Yeah.
I get the timing of this was a little fluid, so I don't know exactly when you start tracking Kreatar, and whether you were already had found him before Wither. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and give me a roll to do?
Sure. Let me see. I'll drop my swing, because I don't think that applies here. Roll to do, I'll just do wild.
Okay. So you arrive at the Lyceum and approach the College of Igniters, and quickly you look around for the to you all too familiar and annoying a sight of the ruby red guards of House Peliakaios, and you don't see them stationed outside. Of course, you're free to come and go, so you kind of poke a head in to the college. Oh shit, he's already fucking left. So you, let's see, with that roll, yeah, you kind of head up to the rooftops and you manage to spot them eventually, but it's a bit of a panicked chase initially. And as you get closer, you see Wither's just walking with him and apparently talking to him. And you can't tell what they're saying, but from a distance, you occasionally hear like,
No.
Okay, well, at least I guess they're hitting it off. That's good, I suppose.
let me, I'm gonna make it so you can be on rooftops. And yeah, so you will go here, and we're gonna set the camera and then move you guys in. Beep.
Boop.
And let's see. I really need it comes up so infrequently that I forget to make it, but I do really need like a mood comedy playlist.
Oh, do you want me to? There's one from Octopath that's really, really good. That might fit the vibe. Yeah, the one that we used for like Josen. Yeah.
Let's see. Well, in Foundry, it's not so easy to just like grab shit
No,
from
I don't
YouTube or
have
anything,
it.
but let me try my no sure, this is okay, I guess. Yeah, you make your way and you find that they've left actually the Lyceum, and they've moved down a tier into the works, which is a curious place for this whole thing to be taking place. But Kreatar is moving with surety, and he's luckily pretty easy to follow with the thump, thump, thump of his cane as he goes. And every now and then, he and Wither converse quietly for a moment, and as he lets out with a raucous laugh or an incredulous reaction, there's a sudden shot of aurora color behind him.
Every time that happens, Wither looks up at it like,
Oh.
Oh, majestic. And that, you see, is why the practices of writing have formulated as they have, in response to your query, as brought on by the scholars you spoke to. Indeed, writing is a privilege reserved for those who have something worthwhile to say. Reading, on the other hand, now that is the patriotic duty of all Scani, for how else would they take in the messages of their betters?
How do such questions? How does one with no eyes or ears? How do they live?
They usually don't, in my experience. one with no eyes, no ears. A very difficult existence to contemplate, and one that would not lend itself to performing good works in service of their fellow men. A pitiful thing, but I suspect... He stops. I suspect those born so enfeebled would have little recourse other than to hope they were born to a family that could manage to beg upon the infusers of the College of Life to try and restore those faculties to them. A desperate plea, if ever there was one.
Is desperation not hope?
Desperation is hope of a sort, I suppose. It's the hope you have left when all the rest of it has left you.
Oh.
Oh shit, I'm running out of roof.
Yeah, Thessia, you come to the edge of this this modest estate here, and are confronted with a sudden dearth of roof. You have a balcony and a low wall, but the next roof is a smaller building within the courtyard of this estate.
Huh. Okay. Well, the problem is there's also, like, a lot of people.
That's too much.
You know...
Just take the shot.
Take the shot! So what I could always try to do is extend my chisel to, like, pole vault to the opposite room.
You could indeed try such a thing. I'll give you the old Matt Mercer. You can certainly try.
That seems like such a bad idea. Instead, what
I mean, the worst that could happen is you wipe out and eat shit and humiliate yourself directly in front of your personal rival.
Yeah, but then he'll be like,
Directly on top of him.
and then he'll be like, "Oh wait, you're following me." I'm like, "No, no, idiot."
No, I just fell from the sky.
What are you, like me or something? What are you, gay?
Okay, probably the smarter course of action is to, like, scurry over here, and then once this gentleman has, like, looked another direction, I will just, like, drop down carefully.
And then you're gonna, where are you going after that? Are you gonna try and get on this rooftop here? Because you'd be in the courtyard of this manor, so there's people all around doing work.
No, I don't want to be over here then. I guess I'll try to... Yeah, I'm going to wait until they fully pass. Then I will drop down onto this balcony, then drop down again, sprint to this alley, and then climb up. That's, like, the best I've got.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you give me a roll to do to see if you execute this with finesse and flair?
All right, I'll use
or
red.
make a fucking fool of yourself.
I'm just, like, not allowed to roll double digits on
It's
a
not
D20.
nothing. I think you, yeah, so their little procession moves a little further down the street, and you drop down onto the balcony and heft yourself over the side, and as you flip over it, you get a very brief view of someone who's kind of like standing just inside, who, it doesn't look like they were looking at you did that, but they were kind of turning to you, and you flip away over the balcony as they're just kind of in the middle being like, huh?
I will immediately hurl myself up, kind of like tuck and roll, be like, oh, what a lovely day, walk very quickly, and then like sprint the rest of the way.
As you climb up this wall here, you hear a wooden latch click, and the doors on this balcony over here open. And as you're hauling yourself over to the edge onto the roof, you see a man come out and kind of look around, confused, scan the horizon for a moment, and then shake his head and walk back inside.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind. How you do, however, as you're kind of like, you're there like, I think I know what's up. You do hear from somewhere else down on the street, you hear a faint.
Oh, your mic ate it.
Your mic ate it.
Oh, okay. You hear the sound of someone languidly clapping for you.
Yeah.
Well, we'll take it. Do I have a stealth face? Yeah, I'm sneaking, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sneaking.
You're like, all right, stealth mission accomplished. Why are you going that way?
Inform us of your opinion on plant life.
Ah, plants.
The most
Largely
immoral of God's
useless.
creatures.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it. It's just... No, I can't drop... Fuck. Like, sprint back to this time where there weren't people, drop back down to this alley, and I'm like, I guess I'll just... Oh, fuck. Just... scurry down the way. Oh, I'm getting way too close. In any other, like, tailing game, they'd be like, oh, what was that?
Yeah.
You're
The
also
whole
hitting
outfit is run by Tone. Did you hear something?
No. Totally Rizzuto.
simultaneously hitting they're getting too far away.
Yeah.
This FF14 tailing mission sucks.
Oh, God.
I'm just gonna hang out here, wait for them to keep going. Then I will sprint as fast as I can. Oh my God, there's like, God damn it, there's like nothing. It's so hard because like as a camera, I can't like pivot around too much.
Yeah, you run across into this stoneworks where they're just finishing up work for the day, and this woman like looks at you quizzically, but keeps on just like chiseling this block.
Girl, I just thought of something really stupid you could do, but I don't know if I want to metagame it.
I mean, Thessia offers like, do you need this destroyed? Or what are you trying to do with this?
What? Pardon?
Well, I see you're working on the stone, and I can use a rune. I could help.
I see you look a little bit rich to be getting involved with this, don't you?
Well, I mean, I'm here. I can assist if you want.
She puts up her hands. I don't know what's going on, if this is like a prank or something, but yeah, sure, do it. Yeah. In two pieces, even.
Oh, that's simple enough.
One, no.
Honestly, Jesus, fuck. I'm assuming an 11 is still enough to just like split it.
Yeah, this is a simple task by your standards. Yeah, you place a hand on it, and slowly a line cleaves through it like you were running a piano wire through it, and the woman kind of arches an eyebrow, sets her tools down on the top stone, kind of bends down, inspects the line. Huh. Yeah, all right, thanks. I'm knocking off early then.
Oh, perfect. It's all coming together. Oh, yes. Smiles.
Don't steal anything, right?
What? Why would I do that?
I don't know. You seem like an unusual person is all.
That's honestly a lovely compliment. All right, have a nice day.
You're unusual.
Mission success.
I mean, actually, now that she's not here, I'm gonna like hop this fence and then jump over to this wall and just start climbing. Okay, now we're back to rooftops, baby.
All right.
Bum, bum, bum.
Bum, 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 bum. Yeah.
Debate music.
No.
Hmm.
As you your little group continues along, Kreotar stops at a certain point and turns around.
Now, I've been talking for quite some time, so allow me to pose you a question, Wither. Why don't you know any of this?
Fuck, man.
Well,
I was given to understand that Twiceborn often return to this life, missing important memories, facets of their identity. However, I cannot say that I have met one who knows so little of the basics as you. A curious phenomenon.
we do not quite know why,
Ah,
but we believe we have been rewound into a simpler shape, a malleable shape, if that is the word. Our shape before had too many angles, too many curves, too many sides. Maybe. But we do not know for certain.
smoothed out. Sounds like some shaper business. Symmetry, perhaps? Most curious for it to happen to one's identity. Ah. I wish now, perhaps, that I had been more inquisitive to my friend from before. But it has always seemed to me that many Twiceborn do not appreciate those sorts of introspective questions directed at them by others.
We would not know. The stone here differs. Curious.
Yes, that's I fucked up on the map here. That's supposed to. It looks like I used. I cut off the lower layer that was doing the grain merge, and so left a small piece of rectangle there, looking like that. Pay it no mind.
Yes.
Now's my chance.
A journeyman shaper must have been on the shift that day. We
Indeed.
understand.
Ha! Shapers can't live with them, can't live without them.
I should kill him. If only there were stairs like my grandpa.
Well, Kreatar, what shape will you be when you die?
Even larger, more colorful, more grandiose. I should hope.
Were you small and gray before? Did nobody know you?
You could say that. You could say that. But such is not the destiny of the scion of Palaiakaios. Whatever Gaia has ordained for me, I shall only consent if I deem it suitable. Otherwise...
Whoa, this guy's fucking rad.
Otherwise, I shall take what destiny has offered me.
He reaches out a hand. You notice he does not actually conjure flame per se. He more conjures the light, the illusion of flame with no heat in his hand.
I shall take it, incinerate it, reforge it into something grander, if I must, by these two hands.
Wither instinctively reaches out to the light he is, like, flashing around. Like, gimme.
He notices you reach out, and he clasps his hand shut, and the little illusionary flame leaps from it and into your palm.
You may carry that for me the rest of the way.
Small. So many shapes. So many curves and sides.
Mumble, 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 looking down at it, holding it like a tiny bird.
Thessia looks at it and is like, great, did I just lose Wither? I really need their help with all of this.
Ooh, a glow stick! Crack.
You say I should help you? When have you given me a rave ball?
Give me
Motherfucker
time.
just gave me a fidget spinner. What the fuck are you gonna do?
I could make that. It won't be shiny, but you know.
What's the fucking point then?
All right. Yeah, so Thessia, you watch this curious party proceed down the street, and at a certain point, Kreatar holds up a hand, his guards stop, and he says to them, and he doesn't whisper because that's not how he rolls.
Because he doesn't know how.
So even though it's a private conversation, you clearly hear, "Enough!
Let's go to the secret meeting.
When I do him like that, he's got a little bit of Verger to him.
Yeah.
Enough! I shall proceed the rest of the way unaccompanied, save by this one.
Master Kreatar, I'm, of course, as you.
Enough! I said enough once already.
He raises the cane and kind of pokes the guy in what appears to be a light amount of force, but it makes a pretty distinctive like as the head of his cane thumps into the guy's armor, and the guy looks a little winded afterward.
The matter is not for debate. You may wait for me here. I shall return.
Yes, sir. And so he continues onward, Wither in tow. And Thessia, you see him come to a rather nondescript, unremarkable-looking inn and tavern. And he pauses at the door, and kind of as if one were taking off their coat when they were stepping in from the rain, he waves a hand, and the trail of color behind him kind of dims down to just a cloak amount, and he then proceeds through the door. Whither do you follow him in?
Yeah.
Okay. So
He gave me
Thessia,
shiny.
he gave me shiny. They step inside. What do you do?
So have I seen this building before?
No
No is a reasonable answer, because
I'm genuinely thinking, is there? Oh, give me a little D20 there.
It's a D20. What chow? Probably not.
No, you have not.
Okay. If that is the case, then, is it like a large building, or is it fairly tame?
No, I wouldn't say so.
If that is the case, Thessia will drop down and approach it, getting near like a window or something like that, and just kind of approximating like how far back into the building they're going. Because if Kreatar is like going into like a back room, then she will need to probably even just go into the building or something of the sort. Kind of like stake it out a bit.
Yeah. Well, initially, at least, he has simply walked straight in through the front door, and there are plenty of windows on both that side of the building and a side adjoining it. So let me go ahead and plop you on this map in sneaking watching position.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, music. Let's go for. Yeah, let's go back to this for now, I think. So, Thessia, you peer inside, and you can see a number of people gathered around a table, some standing a little further back, some sitting at a different table nearby. it doesn't look very heavily peopled, and almost none of the people look like usual clientele. It's, in fact, if you had to guess, it almost looks like the usual clientele has emptied out of here. And
The Illuminati have bought out the building for the evening.
yeah, pretty much is the vibe, yes. So yeah, I'll cut you over there, and you can see what's what. Let's set you position. Okay. Now you probably recognize most of these people, or at least some of them. So I'll go around real quick. Of course, you recognize Ninarel.
Yeah.
The high shaper. She is sitting at a table with a sort of late middle-aged man whom you recognize as Bloom, the head of the College of Life. Behind her, hovering slightly awkwardly, is your friend and fellow shaper Mikrios. Sitting on the stairs back here is a man you do not recognize, but he's wearing a cloak that has a clasp you recognize as the Rune of Innocence.
Okay.
These two, you don't know by name. You feel like you have walked past them in the Lyceum before, but you don't know specifically who they are. And everyone is kind of in the process of turning and looking over as you peer in here, as Kreatar kind of Kramers through the door a little, and thumps his cane into the carpet a few times to further announce his entrance. Kreatar of Palaiokios, at your service. Accompanied by this one, Wither, a twice-born, who followed me here because they did.
They turn and they have the little fire in their hands and just hold it up just a tiny bit, like, look.
Behold.
Behold.
Yeah, all the people who are seated turn as they enter. Oh my! Are we the last to arrive? How gauche of me. I hope I did not keep you waiting over long. He gives a big dramatic bow, and the light kind of peels up behind him momentarily as if to look like wings before returning to the form of a cloak. It's quite all right, Master Palaiokios. It's a shame that the High Igniter could not join us in person, but I understand he's quite busy. Very busy indeed, yes. He has entrusted this matter to me, as have I see some of the other college heads. Well, this matter scarcely concerns the College of Symmetry. I don't know what you expected. Indeed, the College of Stillness feels likewise. But we shall hear you out, Ninarel. Yes. It wasn't really my intention to lead this entire meeting. I was simply in search of an open exchange of ideas in a place where we can all speak frankly. Thank you, by the way, Mikrios, for suggesting this place. Oh, no problem. I figured, well, this isn't a place where any eyes and ears from the Lyceum or from the church are likely to come looking for us. Well, hopefully anyway. It's not entirely clear to me why this matter must be kept secret from the church in the first place. This is, after all, as you say, simply a free exchange of ideas. I don't see why this couldn't have been conducted in your office, Ninarel.
This could have been an email.
This couldn't, frankly. This one gets it.
This could have been an e-tablet.
Stands for erudite tablet. Nevertheless, we're all gathered here. Whoa, I'm spinning out of control. I forgot that's
He does the fucking front flip.
forgot.
Just keeps talking.
This
I
shit's
forgot.
rad.
This shit's awesome. I forgot that holding down shift does this. Now it's time to get funky.
Especially outside, these people control my life.
Sometimes you gotta break up the scheming and grand patricide with a little silliness.
You gotta.
Nevertheless, now that we are all here, I can't help but notice this is an establishment in which one could procure food and drink. So, my good man at the bar, you appear to be the only other person in attendance. That's what was requested. Very good. A round of drinks, then.
Fuck you.
And Praetor sets his cane down against the bar here, sits down on this stool, and sort of puts his elbows back and leans back onto the bar like a cool guy. Well, regardless, it seems you have the floor first, Ninarel. So why don't you tell us what this free exchange of ideas is to be about, hmm? If you prefer. The representative from the College of Symmetry here kind of taps his finger on the table. This ought to be good. I'm sure I don't need to inform any of you of the encroaching tribunal that one of our members is being subjected to tomorrow. Thessia of House Baetless is to stand trial for destruction of property and death of innocence. Charges that, were she to be found guilty, well, they would more than reflect badly on the College of Alteration. They would be an indictment of our entire craft. Not to mention, likely lead to the loss of a promising young member of our order. And it is my opinion that all of us, all of our institutions would be better served if such a thing did not come to pass. Perhaps then, High Shaper, you should have indoctrinated your members with a keener regard for discipline and safety in the practice of their craft. I can assure you that we go to great lengths to impress upon all our young Shapers the gravity of the destruction that their powers are capable of. And yet things like this still happen, don't they? Why is it always the College of Alteration that drags us into these messes? Inevitably, when there is some rune-touched accident, the blame is cast at all of us, when in reality, it is one of us who brings these problems down upon our heads. Is that the opinion of the head of your college? Of the High Queller? I speak for the High Queller in this matter, and you know precisely why I am here rather than her. It is because this is a College of Shapers matter, to be handled by the College of Shapers. And frankly, the High Queller has more important uses for her time. And I believe my colleague from the College of Symmetry is in full agreement. Yes, I'm afraid the High Sequencer feels similarly, Ninarel. You can't deny, it does seem to be the case that there is an unusually high incidence of accidents of this nature and this magnitude where your college is concerned. She shifts on her chair a little and drums her fingers on the table. Thessia, it's your impression that at least initially, this doesn't seem to be going great.
Yeah, I think what Thessia will do is she'll just like pop through the window, quite frankly, and take a seat.
Several people, not least of all Ninarel, stand up. What are you doing here, Master Thessia?
Well, I thought I'd provide my own opinion on the matter to answer the College of Stillness. The reason why these incidences might happen more often is because our rune is used more often. We fix buildings, we design entire structures, we extend tunnels to allow mining for our delicious gems.
Creator slams his fist on the bar a few times. Ah, marvelous. Simply marvelous, Master Thessia. You never disappoint.
Thank you. But I stand by that initial statement.
Oh, I wasn't no, I'm not laughing at your statement. I'm laughing at the boldness of you climbing for a window and saying it. That shit's hilarious.
She gives a small little bow.
That is not hilarious to me. Without the College of Stillness and our rune, how exactly do you imagine food would be preserved in this city? How exactly do you imagine we would feed hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of Scani day in and day out? There are not enough gems. There is not enough ore. There is a reason we have farms. Moreover, please calm yourself. I'm sure Master Thessia didn't mean any disrespect to you and your college, whose aid in this matter I am in the middle of beseeching.
Thessia nods. I completely agree. You are the reason that our citizens can even eat.
Then, perhaps you would be wise not to denigrate our practice as less important, less significant than that of the College of Shapers just because it is less dangerous.
Ah, so you agree that our rune is very important, but there are dangers aligned with it.
I agree that those dangers have not been properly mitigated by whatever passes for instruction at your college, madam.
Might I at least provide a reason?
By all means.
I was hundreds of feet down after falling through a mine shaft, which Master Creator can attest to. And
yes, I very definitely assumed you were dead.
There you have it. And I would be, had it not been for Wither, actually, to find me at the bottom. They were able to guide me through many tunnels that I had never seen before, and we were actually cornered by a massive stone swimmer.
These two turn to look at you, Wither.
Holding small flame.
You corroborate this? Wither?
Yes.
Very well.
Things were getting, well, awful. My mother was unconscious, and I needed to act fast. So, I started using runes to escape. Of course, one of the walls that I was able to clear to develop a new path led to the breath. I made myself a small shelter, and out of desperation, I put everything I could into a rune, hoping for any chance. And I used so much energy that I blacked out and I was at the top of the hole. I assure you, I had no intention of doing that level of damage. It doesn't change the fact that it happened, but I want it to be clear that it was out of desperation.
Is it meant to reassure me that if I'm understanding you correctly, you blacked out and activated your runic powers sight unseen without intention? Is it meant to reassure me that that can happen again?
She just like sighs like, yeah, okay, you weren't there, so if you were in the same spot, you would have done it.
Given that we've gone the route of you're just going to enter the discussion, I think we're going to keep RPing, but we're going to go ahead and set this up as a good old fashioned conflicto.
Whoa.
Oh God.
No, that means rolls.
I can't do it.
It's okay. I've got one more use of the truth.
And I've got one more reroll too, so like we'll see.
Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go with let's start with this. All right. So Thessia Wither, could you roll to die for me?
Indeed.
I guess we're gonna try and play on heartstrings.
Hang on, I gotta move my stuff. Boop, boop, boop. Roll. Ta-ta.
Now, these two generics, I will just say, don't have stats.
Mm.
But I will go ahead and
Esteemed
I think,
members of the college as they are.
yes, esteemed and nameless members of the colleges as they are.
Mhm.
I think I know how I'm going to run them though, so that's okay. They're not gonna roll to die right now. Wither, you rolled highest, so you decide who you want to go first. And I will tell you the participants in this conflict right now are the two of you and these two here. And I will let you know when others become active participants.
I'm gonna let the College of Symmetry guy go first because he has not been talking a lot and has just been letting this lady dominate. So let the wolves eat each other, I think.
Yeah, the man from the College of Symmetry puts up his hands. I think we can all agree that using our powers to try and save our own lives is something that most of us would do in that situation. However, I think we can also agree most of us would have simply succumbed to the breath and died down there if the situation is as you described it. And while that would certainly be a tragedy, as it would be a tragedy if you had perished that day, well, there are a number of other people who wouldn't. So I can't say that it appears the charges leveled against you are unfair, Master Shaper. He is making an argument against you, and this is going to be a blue argument. So go. It's not a clash. So go ahead and roll to die.
That's a number.
Okay, well, I cannot beat that in any capacity.
Okay, you're gonna stick with the yellow? Okay.
Yeah, I might as well.
Okay, yeah. So you're gonna take a 2-point hit here. You rolled a 2 on the d6.
Okay, I will open up my sheet. Boop.
And he has effectively invited you to respond, so he'll have you go next.
She wraps her fingers on the table. I agree. Had I known that level of destruction would follow suit, I wouldn't have used it. I know that's easy to say now, but I'll be honest, I didn't think the rune was even going to work, let alone push through that much of the earth and rise to the surface.
Okay, that's a reasonable rebuttal. Go ahead and make a roll with your yellow. And I think, yeah, I'm okay with this as yellow. And this will be his roll to die. Okay. Yeah, that's good for a 5-point hit. Since you were responding to him, I assume that is to the symmetry representative.
Yeah. And she's doing her best not to, like, she realized she kind of came in swinging, and she's like trying to reel that back a little bit because she's like, you gotta understand, like, and he even said it, like, if you were in the same position, you would have burnt everything you could.
And who do you want to go next?
Wouldn't he choose? Because
No, it was you. You're the one who just took that action.
oh,
so
I
you
understand
go
now.
next.
Okay. I guess we'll have Stillness Lady go.
I don't understand why it is that the College of Alteration produces, at such a prodigious rate, talents that cannot be controlled. It's not... You, Master Thessia, are just the latest in a string. And I believe I can say, as a woman of science, as I consider myself, as I consider all of us, that where there is such a pattern, there must be a reason. I'm not sure these other incidents you're referring to exactly. We're speaking frankly here, aren't we?
Please.
Then what about that Myron? Less than a year ago.
Myron is my gone.
Man slew his family, if I'm to be... Well, correct me, if you can. I can speak to... The situation was somewhat more complex. And yet he was found liable for their murders, was he not? He had his own tribunal. Conducted in secret, but we all know it. Yes. Yes. In the end, there's no one else who could have caused their deaths. And so, I ask again what right we have to say that this tribunal is somehow unfair, that it is in the interest of all our colleges to pick a fight over it. Why not simply let justice run its course?
We have a quandary.
What is that?
Do we not think that this pattern is not by design?
I'm not sure what you're implying exactly.
It is... What is the word? How would we express this?
Fishy suspicious.
Gaia does not make mistakes when it comes to the plans. Mistakes are man-made. Do you understand this?
You saying that you believe there is some kind of elaborate conspiracy to sabotage Master Thessia?
No. And yes. We believe the plan of sabotage, if we understand that word correctly, is not pointed squarely at Thessia of House Batalis. It is not one arrow. It is a fire.
They hold up the fire in their hands.
which starts with her and spreads out to you, the one across the table from you, and around and around. And look, just look, it's already begun.
I came here for a frank discussion with you, Ninarel. I do not have the time nor the patience for bizarre riddle speak. Bloom here, who's been very impassive this whole time, suddenly stands up from the table.
You will respect the words of a twice-born. Whatever meaning they have, if you cannot grasp it, then it is not for you.
Of course, I meant no disrespect. I simply mean that we have limited time here, and frankly, should we be having these conversations in front of a twice-born?
I don't see why
Why
not.
not?
I think what my colleague is inartfully saying is that twice-born have an inherent relationship with the religious hierarchy of our fair city, and also the ability to repeat whatever they want to whoever they want. And so if we're here on the assumption that this meeting is to be covert, maybe it would be better for those of us who were not necessarily excited at the prospect of this meeting to begin with to take our leave now before anything said that could be misconstrued later by the wrong people. He smiles painfully. Wither, why don't you go ahead and I blew past this a little, but why don't you go ahead and clash with Stillness representative
Sure
here,
thing.
who is rolling at you with blue.
Okay, one sec. Roll at you. That is a roll to do?
Yes.
Suck shit.
Okay. And your effect 5. Then that's going to be that was a clash. So that's going to be a 10-point hit to them if you want to ignite your swing. Otherwise, you can just take the 5-point hit.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll ignite.
Okay. Let's go ahead and lock out that green.
Okay.
The air gets quite a bit tenser after the insinuation from the symmetry representative, but the stillness representative appears to now be biting her tongue. She sits back down, and I will tell you, you have dealt a wound to her, and so for the moment, she is going to switch to just sit and listen mode. She will no longer actively be arguing against you. And that's all the combatants for the first round. So go ahead and roll to die again, Wither and Thessia.
Woo!
And Wither, you choose who's acting first between you, Thessia, and the symmetry representative.
Go, Thessia, go!
Sure. Thessia turns to Stillness and does a small bow. I'd like to apologize again. I came in a bit swinging, and that was unfair. And I do believe that all of our runes play an immensely important role in our city. Each of us can do something that furthers Scon to great heights that others cannot. The church doesn't really care, though, the differences between them, only the fact that we can do it. They already have a tight leash on all of us. This isn't even just to save my own skin. Do you truly think that they would stop with just the School of Alteration? What is stopping them from pushing even further?
You are mistaken, Master Thessia, if you believe that the Ecclesiastica have malign intentions toward the colleges. I freely admit that the College of Life works more closely with religious authorities than most others, owing to the nature of our craft and our mastery of reforging. But I believe you have misjudged their character, and I believe it is, well, incumbent upon me to defend it in this case.
He's going to enter the combat as an opponent here.
Fair enough.
Shit, Marvel vs. Capcom assist.
He actually does have stats, so I'll have him roll to die here.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
what's he coming in with? Sorry, I gotta recheck
Holy
what his
fuck.
attributes mean real quick. This is gonna be, this is gonna be his green based on where he is. So we're gonna, oh god. Did I lose it? There it is. Okay, beep. Okay. But you can continue, Will. It's still on you to take an action, so you can proceed with your argument.
Punch him in the face.
Right. Well, I try to avoid metagame. Has Wither informed me of their conversation with Etria at all?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
Yeah, well, when you guys had your little powwow at Orcris's house the other day, I don't remember the exact words, but I think Wither pretty
we
much said,
definitely
like,
went over that.
Wither pretty much said, like, yeah, she's made up her mind. She has an
Yeah.
outcome she wants,
Yeah.
and she's going to do that.
Well, I have it on very good authority that well before this trial has even begun, the decision has been made by the magistrate. They have an outcome they want. Would you be willing to confirm that with her?
No.
We have spoken with the magistrate, and we were, and still are, perplexed by the nature of their responses and their agenda. We will leave it at that.
Like, this one is speaking with the magistrate in charge of the trial. I believe it would be the wiser thing for the College of Stillness were I not here. Excuse me. Yes, I think the College of Symmetry might well feel similarly.
What will you do when it is one of your own? What will you do when they do not have the means to hold back the breath? Will you cower? Or will you act in desperation, as Thessia of House Batalis did?
Well, shit, dog. We bounced around a bunch, and I didn't
Yeah,
have anyone make rolls when they should have, and it's fine. So two things. First of all, let's okay, we haven't resolved Thessia and Bloom over here because I feel like you guys were interacting, but it was on, and Wither did essentially back you up there. So go ahead and Thessia make a roll to do against Bloom, and that will clash since it's blue versus green.
Okay.
Not bad, though.
That's definitely one of my best rolls.
Yeah.
Roll to do.
Fuck. God. What does my one gift do? Add to these filter.
You thinking of using Scion of Batalis here?
Yeah, that's a very distinct possibility because, excuse me. Thinking back, when because earlier Wither had brought up was like, hey, alteration has been fucked over a couple of times, and that actually made Thessia think about it a little bit more. She was like, well, right, there was Myron, but there was also her own father, who like was killed with his own rune, and it's like that doesn't make any sense because he was one of the best out there.
Mm.
And that's incredibly odd. And so I'm wondering if that kind of knowledge would help me kind of like recontextualize Thessia's position of like, no, the church kind of like decides what they're going to do with Rune Touched if they do happen to do something wrong. Especially considering Myron's case where it and again, like that prison isn't like super well known, right?
No, that prison is essentially state secret level.
And in that prison, do more than just alteration Rune Touch go there? Or is it
Well,
just-
when you were there briefly, it's yeah, and you looked at the records too. Yeah, so it was built to be able to contain Shapers safely, but it was used for other prisoners eventually because it had a certain capacity and it was useful as a CIA black site kind of thing, and so it was used for other criminals where they had some kind of interest in holding them in secret.
Okay. Thessia was wondering if that's a card to play. But with that,
but yeah, the knowledge that you're citing there is applicable enough that yeah, you can go ahead and do you want the reroll or 2d6?
I think
I'm imagining 2d6.
Yeah, we'll do the 2d6. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, so that bump brings you up to a 28. Oh, Will, you still have the cough? I'm so sorry.
I'm stuck with this cough. I've been doing my best to try and mute, but we're doing a lot.
No, that's not even. I don't care about the recording. I feel bad.
Yeah,
You
it
just
is what
stop
it is.
coughing. Okay. Yeah. So you're gonna win that clash. Do you want to ignite to try and double damage, or do you want to keep your swing?
I will ignite just because I'd like to try and I mean this I don't even know what's worth. He's probably got like 1 billion hit points. I'll keep my blue for now.
Okay. So you'll just deal the
4.
You'll deal the 4. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're.
Now, if it counted the extra 9, then yes, I would absolutely.
No, the 2d6 is only to hit. I'm afraid.
Reasonable.
Not also to effect. And meanwhile, yeah. So Wither, you dropped some bars at mainly this guy, but these two collectively. Why don't you go ahead and roll to do against the symmetry representative here?
Oh, I guess I will. Hello.
Okay. Yep, that's
Wow.
it. 6 damage. Yeah, over here, Bloom takes what you're saying with a very even face, and sits down and sighs very quietly.
I know, of course, that magistrates are only human, like the rest of us. And I don't deny that, as an imperfect mortal attempting to sit in judgment, it's only too likely that Etria has preconceptions about your case. Nevertheless, it's not the purpose of the tribunal to hear the arguments on all sides. It's quite a different thing from simply having you executed on the spot. It's the same opportunity that, frankly, many criminals would be giddy to be afforded.
She nods.
Nevertheless, he does look. He looks a bit like taken aback by you laying it out as bluntly as you did. He looks troubled. The representative of the College of Symmetry was sort of starting to make for the door with her. You said that shit, and he's suddenly like, "Whoa, okay, He doesn't look happy about it, but he does sit back down for now. And we got all mixy trixied there, but technically, I'm gonna say that was Wither. Thessia, you did a thing. Wither, you did a thing. So Wither, who was second there, pick someone to throw it to, either Symmetry or Bloom.
Let's do Symmetry. Allow. What's up with you?
I am open to continuing the discussion, but I do have to ask our twice-born friend here, Wither, I believe it was, to clarify your relationship with the magistrate. You said you spoke to her. Not too easy a feat to get her time. I'm sure she must be extremely busy with the tribunal tomorrow. And is it as simple as you're a twice-born and you can do what you want, or...
We believe, upon consideration, we are as everyone in this room. We are merely playing a part. We have been asked by Etria to observe and understand and pass our own judgment upon Thessia of House Baedalis and infer to the magistrate what we have found. And so, we strive to understand as much as we can about not only her, but the situation. Yes, this is the word. The situation as a whole. We do not
They look up at the ceiling.
care what happens.
Well, sounds straightforward enough. An observer, impartial. You heard it from the twice-born's mouth. But if you're sufficiently cowardly to immediately scurry back to the High Sequencer and the High Queller because you couldn't be bothered to even sit in the room for an hour, then by all means, no one's blocking you from the door. Here.
He slides his cane further out of the
Go, yeah. No, go.
Thank you, Master Peliakaios. Very considerate of you. All right. I suppose it's not a crime to listen, but don't expect me to say much.
I'm sure we will not miss it.
Damn.
Damn, Kratar.
I feel like we're all overlooking something really obvious here. Namely, why are we having this meeting when, like, has it occurred to anyone that maybe the appropriate thing to have happen doesn't depend on what suits our personal tastes or our agendas or what we want out of the situation? That maybe the appropriate thing is that if Thessia of Baedalis is guilty of recklessly using her power and endangering innocent life, then she should be punished, and if she's not guilty of that, then she shouldn't be. Like, am I crazy, or isn't it that simple? And if it is that simple, isn't that what the tribunal is for? What exactly are you proposing any of us do about this, Ninarel? Or, for that matter, you, Master Thessia? It sounds like It sounds like you're reaching for some kind of call to action here. And I say this knowing that in less than 24 hours, we'll be standing in front of each other once again, in all likelihood, and I'll be called upon to administer the Rune of Innocence upon you to take your testimony in front of that tribunal. But right here and right now, when we can speak as colleagues, why is it you think we ought to, frankly, subvert this process on your behalf rather than let it play out?
Just another, like, meta question. So, the super prison.
It's because the process has already been subverted by the other side.
I mean, yeah, there is that. But the super prison, was that commissioned by, like, the church side of things, or was that more of, like, the governmental body?
Well, the line's very blurry, but considering the scale of it and the secrecy, it could only have been done with at least the agreement of, if not on the initiative of, someone extremely high up in the hierarchy, like the Archon herself or one of the Domina. And if it wasn't like one of their ideas, certainly it couldn't have been, at a bare minimum, it couldn't have been done without the express permission of the Domina beneath the earth, because it's within his domain, within their domain, excuse me. So you don't know exactly who knew what, but it's reasonable to assert that very high levels of government and religious hierarchy would have to have, at minimum, been fine with it.
Okay. And the general consensus is that, like, Myron was put to death, yeah?
Based on what you were told by Ninarel, and your other sources, also the stuff that you read, that you got from Stonehold, it seems as though the common belief was that Myron was taken into custody following the murder of his family and collapsed and died, basically in the midst of / before he could be fully questioned.
Okay. Thessia kind of, like, looks to the man to the north. Well, I have no intention of lying to you tomorrow, and especially not today. I think it's already pretty clear that, despite personal opinions, and I respect them as much as I can, there is already some interference with how things are to be played out. I mean, take, for example, Jester's over. Isn't it odd that the church has sent out a Twiceborn to follow me? That's odd, right? Like, why even bother with that?
Well, it sounds as though, Wither, if I'm remembering correctly, it sounds as though this was something you had done on your own initiative? With Etria's approval? It's not unheard of for magistrates to assign subordinates to look into a matter on the ground.
To be sure.
Yes, but we cannot be denied.
Well, that is a happy characteristic indeed. But I'm not sure I see how that means that anything has been biased against you. After all, Wither could just as easily testify that they saw no problem.
Thessia nods. It just... She's thinking of if she wants to... Yeah. Boy, my brain is shutting down. I'm trying to think of
It's okay.
how I want to go about this situation. I think Thessia just kind of like looks up again. I was curious. When Myron had his episode, what happened with that? What was the end result?
This man, his eyes kind of flash when you say that name. Well, to my understanding, he was put to death for the murders he committed, is what I'd like to say. That was my understanding until very recently an incident occurred.
Oh. So then maybe you can confirm my report of that he actually only died recently.
Excuse me a moment, I need a beer.
What is that?
Well, you see, you begin by malting the... Creator, please. Right, sorry. I'll tell you all about beer after this. He sits down.
Yeah. So it was assumed that Myron had died at his home, and that was that. No, he's
Well,
actually...
it was assumed that he had died after being taken into custody. It seems he had some kind of episode, seizure of the heart or organs, and it rendered him, well, brain dead, near as anyone could tell. He was continuing to draw breath, but completely unresponsive. And he was stored away.
He was indeed stored away. And I actually had a conversation with him.
You what?
Oh yes, he was awake. That must be news to you. Strange that it wasn't told to you earlier.
I'm afraid in the circumstances I had to give my priority to the safety of another member of my college whose life was threatened by...
By Myron.
Yes.
Which I hope they're doing well. We were able to get her out.
We? He says that, and then about a second later, there's a glimmer of recognition. His mouth opens a little bit and shuts, and then he places a hand on the table. I see. I wasn't aware that you... He really does know everyone. All right. Well... I would say what a coincidence, but I'm not sure if it is.
What I am about to tell all of you, I want it to be very clear, is indeed remarkably secret. But I trust you. And I hope that as I explain it, you will understand why it might be concerning to all of us. Did you know that there is a hidden prison deep in the ground that cannot be altered in any capacity? It is designed to imprison someone like Myron, who can use the Rune of Thale. This prison had to have been approved by higher-ups and, of course, those as a part of the church, who may have even pushed for it. Who is to say there isn't a fancy little prison for all of our colleges if we do not stay in line?
What you're saying is
quite a revelation, if true. Do you intend to raise this matter at your tribunal before the public?
I don't think so. Unless you would prefer me to. I merely provide you this information to give you an understanding that this could be larger than just the School of Alteration. We essentially, with our runes, influence the world directly. We can, and I don't mean this in any blasphemous way, we are able to perform miracles to an extent with our runes. Who builds the churches? The School of Alteration. Who lights up those churches? The College of Incandescence. Who ensures that our work meets the standards necessary to be embodied by Gaia herself? The College of Symmetry. We all play a part.
We do indeed. It is my view, however, that we are blessed to be able to play that part. With even so great a freedom as we currently possess. And I tell you now, not because I believe you are ignorant, but simply because you are young, that it has not always been thus, and there is no guarantee it will continue to be thus. And I harbor grave misgivings about the path I fear this sort of talk could lead us down, as a whole.
As stated, if it's coming across as me saying to bring down the church, not what I'm saying at all. But what I am concerned of is that they do not understand our runes. And if they put fear into everyone about them, we will not be able to use them in a way to actually help the city that it deserves. Or if we don't fall in line, there may be consequences if we don't march to their beat. That's my concern.
And, not to retread old ground, but I can't help but observe that, by and large, we seem to have been doing just fine, most of our colleges, to this point.
As we have stated, it seems to be by design.
Well, if it is by someone's design, then naturally it would only be appropriate to investigate such a thing. But we're talking about the next 12 hours. I suggest you speak plainly, Master Thessia. For all that you have expounded on your view about how the world should work and how we ought to comport ourselves in relation to the church, what would you have of us? For that matter, what would you have of us, Ninarel? This meeting was your idea. You must have come here to ask us for something. Well, the discussion's gotten a bit further out of hand than I necessarily expected. It seems as though Master Thessia had more information than I did about certain affairs. So I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that question anymore. And she looks at you, Thessia.
What we're doing right now
What is it you are asking of the colleges?
to remain united. When I walked in here, It sounded like 3 colleges were ready to immediately throw alteration out to save their own skin. And, like, fair. I get that. I totally do. But had this been your college...
You there? Will?
Huh?
Hello?
no.
Oh no!
I
thought it was the
Fuck,
direct... Oh.
no, I muted myself on Discord.
Oh.
Sorry, I've been, like, coughing, so I have to, like, keep muting 2 different things.
Okay, all right. I'm glad I didn't
Yeah.
wait another minute before saying something.
Yeah.
That would have been awkward. Sorry. Please redo whatever I'm sure you were saying that was very, very pithy.
Yeah, it was super eloquent, I'm sure. Thessia just kind of gestures. What we're doing right now, trying to stay as united as possible. Because before I entered this conversation, multiple of you were very immediately ready to throw alteration out. And I understand that. Genuinely, I do. But if one of your colleges has an incident similar to this, are you prepared to have this conversation again, knowing that other colleagues will ignore you? Because it's not their problem directly? The only reason that SCON has succeeded as far as it has is because we do come together. We cover each other's faults and boost our strengths. We come from all walks of life, and we share that knowledge to push everything further. My hope is that we would stay united on that front. For all incidences.
To push everything further, you say?
We shape your rough edges.
Oh, yeah.
That's an interesting turn of phrase there, Master Thessia.
She kind of
It sounds to me as though, assuming you are still among the living tomorrow evening, you think there ought to be some sort of change to how the colleges operate, or how we see ourselves in relation to the ecclesiasts. Have I the right of it?
She nods. I am not saying that we are superior to them. That's not fair. We provide completely different services to this city. The Ecclesia provides hope and guidance. We provide technology. We provide education. We are the ones that are able to ensure that our homes stay cool despite how hot and brutal our summers can be. That we are able to heal people beyond unbelievable disease and mutilation even. And that's only because we do it together. But if we split now, we're just stalling ourselves.
I'll make this observation, Master Thessia. I have never known a group of so many, yes, even seemingly as few as 6, who can be counted on to come to any sort of accord about the weather, much less important matters. If we were to cleave together more tightly, as you envision, I don't see how such an arrangement could be made possible while we each keep our independence, while the authority of the head infuser and the high shaper and the high igniter and all the rest remain unquestioned within their own domains. Do you perhaps propose some sort of unified leadership?
She thinks about that. I mean, we all gathered now, didn't we? It's true. There are going to be rocky... This is not going to be a clean and easy path. But if we're willing to hear each other out, to learn from each walk of life, I don't see why not. Honestly, it's kind of wild we aren't. Right? We all want the same things, we just tackle different parts of it.
I'm not sure I agree. I don't think there's a great deal that any shaper has to tell me about the Rune of Symmetry.
True, but there's a lot you could teach me about it. That might actually help me with my rune. For example, as I said before, there are instances where when we go to develop, whether it be a statue or an archway, especially with younger, newer talent, they don't get it quite right. It's missing that, well, symmetry. So we turn to you for your guidance to see how we could better replicate it.
Yes. Yes. But I don't know that I would want a member of the College of Alteration to affect how we in Symmetry govern ourselves. There's a short step from unity to conformity. I must say I'm of the same mind. I believe there are long-standing reasons why the colleges have always found it more productive to retain their own domains, their own spheres of influence.
She nods. What I am suggesting is having one person guide all of the colleges. You're correct. That's not feasible. I don't know how your rune works, so it doesn't make sense for me to tell you how to implement it. What I am hoping for is that there is a head person that can hear all of the concerns of all of the schools and see if any of the other ones are able to assist them in some capacity. I'm not looking for a situation of controlling you. That's the last thing I want. I opened this conversation with saying I don't want that. If anything, I am concerned with too much control. What I'm looking for is open discussion, which you have so kindly offered to me today.
These two still look uncertain, but it does look like they're at least considering what you're saying.
The answer is not to take, it is to give. You seem unsteady about the idea of what a shaper could teach you, what it is worth. How closely have you looked at Gaia? At her skin, at the way it flakes, deep, deep down the shape, the sides, the faces, they are symmetrical. It is the same, it is all the same, just from a different angle. Would it not be best to give freely? Not fully, but freely. Teach in small parts to one another. The basics. What is the word? Fundamentals, we believe. Of your runes. Of what makes them different. Of what you see from your angle. Such contrast would serve to uplift. Does this make sense?
I suppose I can see some wisdom in that. If I may, being, I believe, the oldest one in attendance, the hour is rapidly latening, and we seem to have drifted somewhat from our original brief, which, if I'm not mistaken, was to decide not what to do about
the policies governing our colleges and cooperation for years to come, but simply what we are going to do tonight and tomorrow in regards to the tribunal.
Well,
And so, I ask one more time, Master Thessia, High Shaper, do you expect our colleges to come together and present some sort of petition to make a statement at the tribunal in defense of Master Thessia, to cut some sort of deal behind the scenes to influence the outcome of the trial? If so, it would do my old bones a world of good if you would just come out and say it. Because goodness me, I'm apt to fall asleep by the time we leave this place.
my apologies. Thessia thinks of... I'm trying to think of the best way to approach the situation. I'm like, I'm talking about a union. My hope is that if found guilty, the union of the colleges would stand strong and only provide service that they feel is actually needed or that they're truly paid for. Or even, if you'd be so kind to honor my memory, not lift a finger. Because
You would have us stand openly in defiance of the church, then, as a protest of this action.
She nods. I know. It's an enormous ask. But we can also present that it is an opportunity to restructure the colleges in some capacity. And, well, she looks down and as she's been casually scribbling the Rune of Thale. Learning how to push it forward for everyone. We've seen what the true capabilities are if a rune is truly unleashed. Now we need to control it.
I'm sorry. Am I to understand you intend to continue experimenting with whatever destructive force you unleashed?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't be talking about that.
I was like, oh yeah, you got him, and then
I'm sorry, we're 4 hours in. I'm just
okay. That's it. Well, I mean, we can. Do you want to wind back and not say that, or do you want to roll with where that leads?
It's
up to you. I'll allow it if you want the mulligan because it is significant, but
because I don't know the read on these people if they're interested in pushing these runes forward at all.
Okay, I got one.
Oh yeah,
I don't mind.
So the city, it's pretty clear. The city is going to collapse in on itself. We can only keep that at bay for so long. To use this new shaping ability is to defy physics as we understand them. And once you can do that, once you can do that, you basically, we can subvert the apocalypse.
Yeah, that's definitely a better course of action. I'm still locked into blue, and I said what I said, so
Okay.
Thessia will look over. We all know that the structure of Scon is weakening. Can I show you something interesting because of the rune I was able to cast. She's going to pull out one of those, like, explosive rocks. And she just sets it on the table. Go ahead, pick it up.
He kind of arches an eyebrow, but he leans across the table and he picks up the roughly pebble-sized rock off of it and examines it.
He will notice it is ridiculously heavy considering its
Yeah.
size.
Yeah, he kind of moves his hand up.
Dense little bugger, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Because that's
What
probably
of it?
that's probably about 3 feet of stone compacted into that size.
A result of your powers.
She nods.
And he sets it down, kind of massages his wrist for a moment.
And of what practical use is it, may I ask?
To ensure structural integrity to the entirety of this city. We could pull stone from well beneath the breath and move it up to Scon to ensure more, well, pillars. We could spread out Scon. As we all know, we are running out of room. If anything, we could even expand to allow larger farmland. We could control the soil. But we need to push the rune further.
It's an exchange. Oh, go ahead.
Imagine what all of your runes could do.
It's an exchange of glances around the room. Bloom places his hands on the table and slowly, not with a great deal of difficulty, but slightly ponderously rises to his feet.
The words you are saying now, how many times have I heard them?
How many times have you had evidence?
This,
He slides the pebble a little bit across the table.
this is an interesting little curio. For certain, that you are able to create it through your power is indeed something I have not seen before. But your grand vision of a future built on greater and greater power drawn from these runes gifted us by God. I have seen too many promising, talented, and well-meaning young rune-touched with that same dream overreach themselves. It has not ended well for them. It has not ended well for those around them. And I tell you now,
He looks across the room.
it will not end well for our colleges. Not should we seek to stand in open defiance of the authorities that sanction us, and not should we seek greater and greater heights of ability for ourselves. Perhaps I am too close to nature out of the people in this room. But nature often selects the wisest course. And I believe, Master Thessia, that what you propose is at some fundamental way unnatural.
I'm describing evolution.
You are describing a way you wish to lead us, not an inevitability. And I, for my part, would not be led in that direction. What's more, I don't believe that any of our colleges should make any sort of commitment to defy the ecclesiasts as a gesture of spite over the life of a single member of any of our colleges. I believe that, well, I do not wish you ill, Master Thessia. I hope you realize that, but I believe that your fate is less important than the fate of the colleges going forward. And I do not believe that the path you propose is wise. And I am prepared to do what I must to see that my college, at least, stays on a path that I and my predecessors, for that matter, who are with me still, that they consider wise and prudent. This has gotten into quite a... Well, I'm becoming less and less certain of my ability to speak for the High Sequencer. My mandate was really more specific than the proposal now on the table, so I'm not sure I could rightly deliver my college's response. Indeed, it may take some time for us to debate the matter and reach as prudent a decision as the High Infuser would want for all of us. Yes, I think the College of Stillness is likely to be of a similar mind. I would, of course, you've made many valid points tonight, Master Thessia, and I am only too eager to see you deliver them with equal finesse tomorrow, and I am confident that should you do so, that justice will prevail. Without the need for any sort of decision that the rest of the colleges might quickly come to regret. Kreatar growls unhappily and annoyedly on his stool. That's what I thought the three of you would say. May I be entirely frank, Master Thessia? I think we're there, you and I.
I can't believe you would even ask.
Well, we were all being so painfully courteous to one another. I wasn't sure of my footing with the rest of this lot. May I be frank, everyone? Well, no one immediately shouted no, so here I go. I am of a similar mind to Master Thessia on this particular matter. However, Master Thessia, you have my personal respect, both for your choices and for your abilities. You have my respect, if not the respect of my college, if not the respect of my family. And that being said, the opinions of my college and my family are the ones that I am obligated to represent here, and I am skeptical that either would be terribly pleased if I agreed to go out on a limb for you here. Your status, while clear to me, is sadly not clear to the rest of my colleagues. You are as yet an unproven quantity. What's more, you're a quantity that may be gone by tomorrow evening. And so, it's a big ask. It's a big ask, I'm going to be real. Defying the church tends not to end well for anyone. Rune-touched abilities or no. I'm just not sure you're going to get this conservative, placated lot to fall in with such a plan, and if they don't, well, I don't see how I can ask the head igniter to do such.
Thessia has been, while he's talking, writing all the runes on the table, and she just looks at all of them. If only there was one who could bring them together. Well,
There's you hear the doors of the inn rattle faintly, like as if they were being knocked on rather than simply opened. And kind of turns.
Well, it's more polite than using the window, I suppose. No offense.
I didn't have many options.
The innkeep picks his way through the crowd here. And cautiously opens the door. We're closed for normal business tonight. He peers through. Sir? And the door slides a little bit more open. And a gnarly hand wraps around it.
Oh.
Theominos slides into the room. He slides because he appears to have gotten tired of walking. He is seated
Fashion
on the
skateboard.
He is on his skateboard, yes. He is seated on the stone, and you can see he has one finger pressed into it, and the stone shifts around him and carries him into the room while he remains perfectly seated in sort of a heap on the ground. The carpet is sort of tracked up and flung aside as he floats through here.
I think Thessia actually stands up. Grandfather.
Master Thessia? I will ask you to forgive me all. I'm not as spry as I used to be, and it took me some time to find my way here.
There's a period of silence, and then you hear a pair of hands slam onto the table, and Ninarel stands up abruptly. What in God's name are you doing here? How did you even... She stops and looks at you, Thessia.
I don't know. He said he was spry today.
You told him we were meeting? And where?
And
And how did you even know?
So first and foremost, I actually didn't. So I'm actually curious why he's here too. Second, I followed him. Points at Kratar.
Ah, sly devil. Oh, you were in on it the whole time, weren't you?
He points to Wither.
You got me good.
Huh?
No, I actually didn't know Wither was going to be there.
Your grandfather raises a hand gently.
I apologize, but if we could refrain from yelling. My hearing is already teetering on the edge, and Master Peliokaios, I don't need any more of your dulcet tones falling upon it in that register. I'm surprised you were able to make it here, old man.
Yes, I must admit I am surprised as well. I was not a... You are Theominos of Batalis, aren't you?
I am.
I was not aware you still lived. It's an honor to meet you, sir.
I imagine it would be, yes. As I said, I apologize for eavesdropping at the door. But I thought that, Master Thessia was making a rather persuasive argument, and I didn't want to cut in, steal her thunder.
Thessia, you know him. That's a lie.
Yeah.
Definitely was fine with cutting in and stealing your thunder.
I have little more to add beyond what she's already eloquently stated, except to say that, in this grand future that she envisions, should you need a guiding hand, I would be only too happy to offer my services. I believe all of you are aware of my capabilities, though I no longer hold the position of High Shaper. Incidentally, if you're aware of my talents, I would ask that you look upon me now, and pain me though it does, that you see how I have fallen from my trials.
He reaches up and he starts to slide his hood back and slowly take down the cloth covering the lower part of his face. Thessia, it's been a long time since you've seen your grandfather, in the flesh, really. When he was retired from the college, he was getting up there in years. He was aging, but he was still vigorous. He was still strong, and out of all your family, with your double body features, your 2 sets of arms, Xenion's 2 sets of ears, your mother's 2 sets of eyes, your grandfather was the progenitor of those features in your family. And the thing anyone would remember about his appearance were his 2 heads. And for a long time, you didn't see him. You only heard descriptions of what he was undergoing. A process known as the shattering. When someone whose form has shifted radically from the consumption of minerals, someone like, say, this gentleman here, with his astrolabe-like metal features, or Creatar, with his avian and lizard-like body. Someone like that only ascends to that form by consuming a large quantity of precious gems and minerals, and their form begins to take on those characteristics. And if that intake of precious minerals stops, it's inevitable that the form will begin to regress back to what it was, but it can never be as it was again. It will just continue to shrink and diminish and warp further and further into decay and wretchedness and ultimately to the form of being an utter invalid. It's pretty much the fate that Scani hold in the worst possible fear. Certainly any Scani wealthy enough to augment their body into something wondrous and inhuman, it's a living nightmare to undergo the process that your grandfather has slowly been undergoing for years now, as he's wasted away in that dark room upstairs. He slides away the cloak.
Goo.
Ooh.
Lets the hood drop behind him. There's kind of a collective, your reactions are sort of the room reaction, a collective but quiet.
As you may know, my personal and family fortunes deserted me after I was ousted from my position at the College of Alteration. A fate that could only have befallen me by the exact sort of conspiracy that these two have suggested might indeed be in motion. A conspiracy orchestrated against, among others, myself, to clip our wings, to ensure that the most genius, the most prolific, the most powerful of us, of we rune-touched, could never threaten the power of those who hold sway over the hearts of men. My unfortunate successor,
He gestures toward Ninarel.
I'm sure, was ignorant of this scheme. I do not blame her. And yet she was used in it. And I was forced into this poverty, directly leading to what you now see before you. This tribunal orchestrated against my granddaughter is merely the latest tactic in this assault. And just as she has warned, just as this one has prophesied,
He gestures to Wither.
the same could happen to any of you. Will happen to all of you in turn. The moment the powers that be perceive you to rise above your station, as I threaten to do myself. If you reject the future that my granddaughter has envisioned, you doom yourself to a wasting death that I know only too well. You should look upon me long and hard, though it shame me, before you decide whether it's truly in your best interests to allow this sham to proceed unopposed. Who knows when you'll have another opportunity to make your voices heard. And I say this also, that should there indeed be some joyous future in which the rune-touched seek to break the shackles that have bound them, religiously, societally, metaphysically, I will be only too happy to assist in ushering it in. It is not some neophyte shaper who makes you this promise. It is the greatest shaper to live since the progenitor. A fact I state without pride, but merely out of honesty.
The room's dead silent for at least a few seconds.
What say you, my granddaughter?
I wish for us to be one college.
Exchange of glances around the room. I believe well, as I said, I will need to confer with the High Sequencer, but it is, I cannot deny that such a venture having the backing of Teominos of Betelus is substantial in the decision-making process. Yes, I should perhaps report back to the High Queller. We shall send an emissary at once to the College of Alteration to discuss a proposal to be submitted to the tribunal in advance of its session tomorrow. If you, they accidentally knock this teapot over as they say. If you'll, They stop trying and just silently walk out and past him.
Well, it sounds as if the matter is settled. Unless you still disagree. High Infuser.
The College of Life will not stand alone against its 5 sister colleges, should they feel as you do. My feelings have not changed, but I hope you understand the gravity of what you propose to undertake. That is all I will say.
I do, and I know it will be easier with all of us together.
He gives you a nod. Doesn't say anything else, but does head for the door himself. I should really probably be, yes, I should get back to the high sequencer as well. Post haste. Time is certainly of the essence. And these two also make their way out. All the college politicking is not really to my taste, to be honest. I get enough of that anytime the College of Innocence is drawn into legal matters. But I don't necessarily disagree with you. See you again tomorrow, Master Thessia.
See you tomorrow. Gives a polite bow.
If you tell the truth, speak earnestly and passionately, I think that's the best thing you can do for yourself.
I see no reason to lie.
He heads out. Well, what a turn up for the tablets. Oh, my father is going to be fucking livid. Still, even if you can't get our college, it seems you're likely to accrue a majority at this point. So what the hell do I care? I'm interested to see if anything comes of this little experiment. So, I implore you, Master Thessia, my oldest, most detested rival.
Detested?
It's the family line. We gotta do this song and dance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do tomorrow. I think it'll be a show.
Well, I hope it to be as brilliant as you are.
Wishing you dead, old man, as always. Of course.
Wait.
What?
Do you want this back?
Hmm? Oh! Well, have you grown a bit fond of it there, Wither?
We do not know.
Well, if I were to say that I don't care whether I have it back or not, would you choose to keep it?
Yes.
Well, then we've said all that needs to be said. Is it the hand? Is that where you would prefer to keep it? I can put it anywhere, you know. We could try this. He snaps his fingers, and your whole veil kind of trails with ghostly flame. We could try this. And your body glows from inside, even more so than usual, with a flickering, dancing pattern. I've got eyes, I've got clothes, I've done it all.
We want it all.
Oh, I like it.
I see you've learned from my keen fashion sense.
Light flares up around him.
Then light you shall have for the next day, and see how it suits you. I am determined to leave every client of mine fully satisfied, of course. So if you want to change anything, well, apparently you know where to find me.
He turns and the aurora washing over him passes through you, and as it does, it leaves you a light, lit up from within and without, standing just like an effervescent, ethereal beacon. Every one of your normal markings, your eyes, your mouth, spilling outward with radiance.
What the fuck?
You notice, but you probably don't. The only one who might have noticed is probably gone now. I don't know. The entire time that conversation was happening, Wither was staring at this man.
You a freak.
Oh my god. Thessia, I wish that had gone smoother. I
didn't help with that.
No, I wish I had said, I should have.
You were fine. You didn't need to pop in. There was already a lot of back and forth, and it's fine. You being here was enough.
I'll be there tomorrow. And I don't care what any tribunal says. I know you would never have caused any harm to anyone by any intention. And he wanted to make this meeting happen. You can thank him for it.
Oh. Thank you. Wait, you didn't want this?
She rubs her eyes. I would be only too happy to facilitate such a discussion. But I admit that it took a lot of arm twisting that might not have been my first inclination. It might not have happened in time if Mikrios here had not been very, very vocal about the need for me to do everything in my power to see that you got a fair hearing.
Thessia extends like all four of her arms, is like, may I?
Oh, of course, I was going to if you didn't.
Yeah, thank you. I know this puts you in a really not stellar, both of you, in a not great spot, but I do truly appreciate it.
And here I find myself once again in the spot I hoped I had escaped. With the College of Alteration, with the good of the college being subordinated to the whims of the Betalis family.
I'll admit, I didn't know he was gonna show up.
I'm sure you didn't.
He's just sitting there squirming.
Yeah, well, he's sitting there. He's not squirming. He's just sitting there, hands folded. He, having made his rhetorical point, he replaces his garments. Ninarel stands before him, just glowering down at him. Don't think you've won, old man. We're not going back to your day, no matter how you wish it. I won't allow such a thing. Excuse me, I likely have more meetings ahead of me this evening.
Thessia lets go of Mikrios, and again, just like pats him on the shoulder and just, thank you so much.
I should probably get going to my...
Oh, yay, the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I'll be there tomorrow. I mean,
Well, I'll be there tomorrow.
I hope so, or
Yeah.
that's probably going to start you out in a bad spot.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be ideal. I was trying to make levity, it didn't land. But
No.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so on edge right now.
Fair.
Hey, after this all gets sorted out, you still want to come over for, I don't know, a dinner or something sometime?
That would be
Celebrate.
if that doesn't put you in a tough spot, I would love that. I would really appreciate that.
Great. Well, it's a date, so don't get executed.
Yeah. Thessia approaches her grandfather and takes an extremely deep bow to the point of basically being horizontal.
And what is that for?
Thessia, like, kind of pokes an eye to look up. Well, I appreciate the help. I honestly feel like I was losing them a bit.
The hard work is still before you, girl. Don't take your eye off the ball yet. Not for a moment.
She stands.
His eyes slowly drift to you, Wither.
It's you, isn't it? You were the one standing silently at my granddaughter's side the other day. What are you called? Wither,
Have,
was it?
yes.
I see.
He kind of looks you up and down for a bit. Wither, I saw you dyed black in the middle of that. Now you didn't actually roll to die per se, but I feel like given what you were effectively pantomiming with your character there, I think your Whispers of the Heart gift likely applies here.
Yeah.
And I know I didn't set him to a color, but I know what color he would have been at the time. Which would be this would be his this would be his green. And so you can get a sense of his green attribute if you would like.
I would like, yes please. Okay, so that is gonna be... There's nothing extra on it, I just rolled to do against him.
His green is dick ass.
My God.
Let me just...
Progenitor to dick butt.
Boop, and roll to do. Boop. I mean, there's... I guess it's no attributes apply. Well, black, I guess. I don't have a swing, but... still pretty good.
Ooh.
Okay. I just set him to green 1 so that you could so that he'd be in the right color, but yes. Yeah. So I will tell you, Teomenos of Batalis has a green stat that is named Exousia, which is ancient Greek that roughly translates as authority.
Ooh.
And I'll read you my little description of it. His compulsive need to control the actions of everyone around him, his family, his colleagues, anyone he has power over or feels superior to. Pride, perfectionism. His motivation when he does something for what he thinks is someone else's good, even if it's against their wishes.
Very cool. Okay.
And I mean, shit, dog, I think we probably end there for tonight, unless there's a little more, like, wind down RP you want here while these characters are on screen together.
It's up to Will. Will seem tired.
I mean, if there's something you wanted to say to him, I think Thessia is mostly going to be like, well, we should probably get you back home, Grandpa.
Yes. That's great, Grandpa.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And she'll probably be a little more candid about just like her general idea of what would come about with a single college and the benefits of it. Trying like, I don't know, he might scoff because a lot of it is like, we should try to get more recruits. It's kind of crazy. We only pull from nobility. I know that's not ideal, but
Oh,
like,
they don't only pull from nobility.
well, we don't like search super, like we don't run like tests of
It's
like,
certainly, it's fair to say that if you are born noble, you are more likely to discover that you are rune touched and end up and actually, you know, make your way to a college and make that work out for you. That's fair to say.
yeah. And so she's hoping to kind of like broaden that a bit. Obviously, still with some regulations because you can't just like open the door and let everyone in. That's a terrible idea.
Mikrios actually is a slightly uncommon exception to that. He's the son of his parents were guards at the College of Alteration, and he lived on premises as a child as just a corpora servant of no status until he discovered he had the rune. But that's pretty unusual of a situation.
I think she'd even like mention that to him and just be like, hey, the guy that even set this up, he wouldn't have been here if he hadn't been given that opportunity. And who knows where we'd be at.
Yeah.
Yep.
He glides himself home by the same means, certainly refusing any attempt to aid him with movement. And as soon as you get there, he mostly listens rather than speaks as you get home. And when you do return home, he stands again, but it's obvious how much that took out of him, and he slowly, carefully makes his way back to his room. And just like that, the day is just about out.
The last thing I would like to do,
Yeah?
and it doesn't have to be done on screen,
Mhm.
I would like to get an idea of the physical space that the tribunal is going to be taking place in.
Oh, no, you know what? That's a great thing to end on, actually, then. It doesn't even have to be a scene per se, but I have the map.
Oh.
And even if it's very slightly pushing credibility to say you could just like wander in here, I don't really care. I don't really care that much. You're a sneaky guy. You're a wily sort. Somewhere as the meeting is breaking up and everyone's heading home, one man stands alone in a grand hall of justice where tomorrow many people's futures are going to be set in motion. I'll set it here, but feel free to zoom out and end this on like a panoramic shot there, Will.
Sure. Oh, I see.
Loading. Oh.
What a fancy space.
Beak.
The ceiling.
What's our ceiling situation looking like?
Ceiling's fairly high. It seems, they wanted to build for scale. They wanted whoever was standing here to be able to look up and see their judge, and look up further still and see their betters, and look up further still and realize just how insignificant their life is before the majesty of Scon and its god.
Damn.
What's in that room back there?
It's very funny because I know like you like go up the stairs and everything, but just like with the
I
table
just-
for
I
it's
just
very funny to
slide
imagine
across.
you just go like
Press L to levitate game
Yeah.
shark code.
You've also got a skateboard. You just ollie up
Yeah.
on this rail here, and then yeah.
Da, 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 da. All right.
Yeah, you peek through the doors here, and it immediately becomes obvious, like, that's the point of this. These doors here are for the common folk to enter. The accused, most people, even the judge enters through these doors. These doors, and indeed the standing room balcony here that sits even higher than the judge, are for the most significant members, should they ever choose to be in attendance of such an event. This is where the truly rarefied stand, knowing that they are literally and figuratively above justice. And through these doors is really just a green room. This is where they get to come from. This is how they enter the theater.
What's in there?
Well, I'll tell you right now, that part doesn't have a map, but
Okay.
you know, let's Spirit of the Century improv this a little.
We talking about closets? We got anything? Any sort of
Place for hiding and stabbing? Is that what you're asking?
any sort of place for hiding, like a body?
Oh my God! Yeah. All right. I see.
Just in case.
You know.
You gotta love
know.
how there's like stuff happening in the other side of the city, and then Arcris is by himself like, what can I do to just like shake things up? What can I do to like we need a little spice.
What could I do to fuck this up so much that they have to cancel it?
What could I do if I want to be a little fun and fancy free? Yeah, you know what? I'll give you a few options. If you're looking for... So are you asking, can you hide a body in such a way that it wouldn't necessarily be found? Or just, can I display a body where it will definitely be found? Because there's certainly plenty of the latter, at a minimum.
Oh yeah. But I think so. Originally,
Go ahead.
I was thinking about looking at what the ceiling is like made out of and stuff to see if it was like, if it's glass, maybe I can just toss a body in and
Yeah.
you know,
The ceiling is stone, as is most of the building.
in this case, I think I would need to go home first.
That's fine. You've had
And
time.
see if they're ready.
Do you want to discuss this off screen?
I think we probably should.
If you decide, so that if you decide to do something hilarious, it'll be a surprise for the viewers next time.
Hilarious and awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Well, goodness.
Oh boy. Good
yeah,
thing I didn't
so,
kick Grandpa down the stairs.
Yeah, it paid off for you, at least in the short term.
Yeah.
Well. So unless something absolutely batshit crazy happens, courtesy of Orcris or something else, next time is the tribunal. There'll be, a little bit of preamble. If anything last minute is going to happen beforehand, but we're mostly going into it.
Oh boy.
Yahoo.
So, the thing that Japanese presenters say, please look forward to it.
Please wait warmly.
Yeah, that concludes this beginning of the end direct.
Oh. Wow.
And I think we can stop the recording there.
Yeah, say goodbye to Chad, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.
Toodles.
Well. A lot of talking tonight. next time is a time for action. And by action, I mean more talking, because it's a trial. But you know. Please look forward to it. Finally, the culmination of schemes will be at hand. Let's look at fan art real quick. Thanks for everyone who stayed and made fan art. And also, I wanted to let you all know that Oz had to go to bed, but wished you all a good night when they did. Let me grab some images. It looks like we don't have an imager tonight. Let me just go ahead and open them one by one. Let's grab that. And this. And this. And this. And this. Wee-hee. Alright. So, first of all, we've got, first of all, browser window, first of all, okay, here we go. Sorry. Got a little fraught at the end there. All right, first we have, I've been spoiled by all the imagers we've had lately. This is from Pupcat Dude. The Wither search beams. Scanning like a lighthouse. Then from Oz, actually, we've got... Do the right thing, Thessia. Kill your grandfather and you will be reincarnated as a lotus flower. Then also from Pupcat Dude, we've got Spry Grandpa. Wee. As he slides down the stairs. Then from Good to Live, Sneaky Crime Man. Shh, don't keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. Shh. And then from Totodile, got, hey guys, blue-haired Jesus. Yeah, I still don't know what a Jesus is. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you to everyone who made fan art tonight. And let me quickly go over some outro stuff. If you want to submit fan art next time, feel free to hop in the Discord server. And if you would like to, get your hands on more content related to the show, then the best place to do that, you can find it all on my channel. Somehow it feels like the least ethical thing this session was Thessia not pushing Grandpa down the stairs. It is a curious position she finds herself in, indeed. Yeah, thank you all for coming out. Next week at the same time, same channel, it'll be 6 p.m. Eastern Wednesday on twitch.tv/stabbiness, is the climax of this arc. Thessia's tribunal here at last, and her fate will be decided. And then we're going to be on a short break following that, so you'll have some time to catch up, especially if you came in mid-episode or you came in here and you haven't seen all the previous ones. So look forward to that. And the Patreon's going to keep pushing out updates even while new episodes are waiting to queue up. So until then, I'll see you all next week for the big day. And until then, have a good night, everyone.